Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 87. Today we got a lot going on. Cole might be late a little bit. With that being said, how are you, DC?
Doing good. Doing good.
This is good news. I like hearing that. What about you, Gray? How are you?
I'm doing good as well. Things are going well. A lot of better movies this week, I would say. So it's been a better week for me. I'm enjoying myself.
That's interesting. I thought this week was rough. I
Well,
actually
you were
liked
wrong.
I actually liked a lot Iron Claw and Thor, and I'd say All of Us Stranger was entertaining, but not my cup of tea. Anyhow, Overlord, how are you today?
I'm doing fine. Well, it's a bit of homework here and there, but I have opening and stuff. I know what to do, and
Perfect. Well, I guess we can start with Thor, and I will let Overlord start on that one. What did you think of the Thor movie?
Thor. Yeah, it was a fun movie. It was, it was in the early parts of the MCU back when it was still, it was like the another like a cool move, a cool movie and stuff. Interesting, like a good origin story and stuff. Establishes quite a few of the characters. So. Kind of a shame the sequels weren't as kind of a shame kind of a shame, but okay. Yeah, but it's like the sequel was a bit of a long thing, but yeah, it was fun for stuff. It good, interesting. Raised a lot of it, and even set up a few things for future movie. Like it's like one of the music. It's like you compare the big metal stuff. Like they thought like wait, did Start create new? I thought it was funny and it was fun. It was cool. So stuff. Like I also always found a coffee scene funny.
Yeah.
The scene where he decides he first time tries coffee. He's like, oh, it's coffee. I like it. I want more. And then he just tosses the mug onto the ground like,
and he breaks it. Do you remember having any issue with the first Thor movie?
No, not much. It's a good, solid, just a solid movie. I'd say solid. I'd say straight up 8.
Okay. What about? Do you want to add more to this?
No, I don't think I have much to add right now.
Okay, DC, what did you think of the first Thor movie?
I thought it was very, very bland, and I thought I thought it was very, very bland because of the fact that usually I thought that this film would have been a little bit more colorful because Thor in the comics, for those that are not sure, Asgard in the comics is one of the more colorful places in the Marvel universe, even if it's not as safe. But that's why when you go into it and it's kind of like a bleak, dour, it just takes away everything, the fun. And even then, I think in this film, one of the biggest issues that kind of symbolizes later on is how easily how Thor in this film is a little, even as a human, is a little like how he is later on, where he's just this mumbling idiot. Where in the comics, after Thor gets banished, he becomes essentially a doctor and becomes human, has to learn all that stuff. Whereas in this film, it doesn't really have that to a point, and the film is very, very boring. Like, because I'm pretty sure for like around midway throughout the film, nothing happens. And it's definitely one of the more forgettable MCU films. That's for sure. Yeah. I thought some of the characters were very forgettable. Like, some of them I don't even remember. And the only reason I remember is because I do research on the comics. Like Heimdall, Boulder, who else?
Loki.
Obviously Loki, but wasn't really talking about Loki. I'm talking about the other Asgardian characters.
All right. Oh, I haven't
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, and
Are you even alive? I mean, I've even alive. The only one I'm sure is still alive right now is right now are Thor and Valkyrie. They're the only ones I know for sure are alive.
Yeah, but I'm talking the ones just specifically in this film where, I mean, I'm more familiar with them. Oh yeah, Fandral,
Volstagg, Hogun,
yeah,
Frigga, Sif.
yeah. It's the fact that I think the fact that right now just what happened was I completely forgot about them in the MCU, and I try to remember them. And right now, in case anybody's wondering, I'm literally looking at Wikipedia right now just so I can remember, and I'm like, yeah. The Frost Giants, this is like the only film the Frost Giants are even in, which is really sad because in the comics, they're some of the more formidable villains in the Marvel Universe. So it's like the fact that this is like their only film really shows that they had almost no idea what to do with Asgard, much like how they had no idea what to do with the Hulk. Ugh. Loki in this film, yeah, he's a better villain later on, especially in the horrible Avengers movie. But in this film, he's very forgettable. I'm sorry, Loki fans. I love Loki as well, but I think in this film, he's pretty forgettable. Jane Foster, bland character. I do find it a little bit more convenience that Thor just lands right where Jane Foster is. Like, Multi often talks about plot convenience. I think this is one of the few times I think that's just a bit too convenient. Out of all the places, he lands in the middle of nowhere.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you.
well,
That's one of my issues as well.
Norse mythology has a heavy theming of fate, which leads to lots of things because fate demands this. So even Thor Ragnarok, it shows a fate, but there's a later movie. There's a villain whose sole character is that he's destined to destroy Asgard. Admittedly, it's like that was how he was in the myth. He had no characterization beyond this destroyer bring down his massive flaming sword and blow everything up.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a Norse mythology thing, but like fate with like things are fated to happen. So kind of just so it's destined. So the two are destined to meet. So be there when they have.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah.
Do you want to add more, DC?
Yeah, I'm still gonna add a few more. Yeah. Another thing I'm gonna criticize about is I feel like the way Thor gets his powers is just I just don't believe it. Like especially when he's almost at death's door after getting hit by a destroyer as a normal human. I really do not find it believable that his gain his powers back, then later he destroys this destroyer, which, in case anyone's not familiar with, the destroyer is not that weak. I mean, yeah, I get sometimes they'll power down villains. Just so in some cases, like the Reverse Flash and the Arrowverse, they definitely did power down him a bit, but it was just to make it easier for audiences. Destroyer, I don't really believe in this case. I really don't believe it. And yeah. Overall, yeah. This film is pretty forgettable. Not much happens. And I'm not sure why they chose Thor out of all the films to introduce that they were going to introduce Hawkeye. Like Nick Fury in Iron Man makes sense because because they do kind of have history in the comics, even before Tony Stark is born. Even Hawkeye and Thor do not have history before they become Avengers, so I find that a little hard to believe that they introduced Hawkeye of all the Avengers. Like, why him? And it's not me crapping on Hawkeye just because he's a guy with a bone arrow. is because he generally has no interactions with Thor in the comics before they become Avengers. Like, if they introduced him in, say, Captain America, it's a lot more believable. I don't get why they did Thor, but yeah. Other than that, I'm
If you ask me,
gonna pass.
maybe due
Go
to
on.
how, if you ask me, because of how the Captain America movie went, we didn't really have time, and maybe we kind of forgot, and then we're like, oh right, we need to introduce Hawkeye, and we kind of, I mean, it wouldn't be surprised this way.
But I still feel like
still better
Go on.
than introduction in later movies, but still.
Captain America is next on the line, so that's why they decided to add Hawkeye here. But I guess they were like, we want Captain America to have their own story without cameos. Maybe that's what they were thinking.
Nick Fury at the end, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
So,
I said, Nick Fury makes sense, but not really Hawkeye. But yeah, I am done. I'm gonna pass the mic towards my arch nemesis, Gray.
I didn't know I had an arch nemesis, but good to know. Fair enough. Well, speaking from the other side, I had a completely different experience with Thor. So I remember seeing it like way back in the day, like I guess 2011, like when it came out. And I haven't thought much about it since then because, the MCU got quite big since then. But juxtaposing this with like Iron Man 2, like we saw last week, just the way that they were able to work in Hawkeye, a lot of the Avengers Initiative stuff, like everything they need to prepare to get us there in like 2 movies. I don't know, it worked a lot better for me in this movie than it did in Iron Man 2. Possibly because they had a script already going in this, and it wasn't just shoehorning stuff in while they're trying to come up with a script on the actual day. I think that was a real detriment to Iron Man 2. So I got to be honest, I don't have a lot of the same qualms with this as DC does, and that's probably because Thor was always one of my least favorite characters. He's not one of the... So he is definitely a major Marvel character, but when you think about like which ones have gotten like cartoons or which ones previously had like any sort of depiction in media, Thor was always kind of this goofy character. The only like real live action depiction that I can think of was in Adventures in Babysitting in like the late 80s or early 90s. And it was played off as a joke. Like it wasn't like a real Thor. So I got to be honest, like when this came out, I was like, I'm not going to like Thor. I remember going on a date to it because the girl wanted to see Thor. Like she thought, what's his name is hot. And fair enough. She's got a point. I didn't know who Chris Hemsworth was before that, but yeah, fair enough. He's hot. But I don't know, to get this glimpse at Thor and then to get a glimpse at like that entire world and to kind of bring Loki as more than just a joke into like an actual cinematic universe. I think this film accomplishes a ton because, okay, so they do have kind of the throwaway enemy. Like, yeah, we don't really care about him, whatever, Thor can defeat him. But it does set up that whole Odin not exactly being a great father and kind of pitting Loki and Thor against each other. Loki being kind of the real enemy, but being justified in what he's doing, or at least you can understand why he's doing what he's doing. It seems like he really kind of was mistreated by Odin, or at least told like one of you two will rule. Like, it can only be one. Like, come on, guys. It seems a little weird. But I like the way that they set it up in this. It at least makes me not immediately like hate Loki. He's not just the embodiment of evil. Like, yes, he's a trickster and he does fight dirty-handed and everything like that. But I don't know. You can kind of get a place of understanding. I think for people who aren't as familiar with the comics, this does kind of an okay idea, an okay job of introducing you to all the characters, all the mythology that is kind of behind them, and then the world of Asgard. That being said, it doesn't look as colorful as the comics, but I don't know. They did kind of a stylized thing that they really kind of changed going forward. So I agree with DC when he was talking about how muted the colors are, especially with like the Frost Giants world. But I don't know, when we get to Asgard, like everything is just so golden, and it's got that like I don't know. It's lens flares on top of lens flares, and just that kind of I don't know what you'd call it. It's just got kind of a fun haze to it. And then you get to our world, which seems like a completely different color. I kind of like Kenneth Branagh's take on, I don't know, kind of a Shakespearean version of Thor versus his brother, with Odin kind of setting everything in motion due to his treatment of the kids. I don't know. Like, that seems like a really cool tale to me, and it actually made me appreciate Thor a little bit more. I just thought he was, kind of this goofy, whatever, mythological character that, I don't know. I didn't see him as kind of a real person, and I really think that, Chris Hemsworth was able to kind of bring him to life for me. It's a character that I didn't want to like, but, I end up liking him over the course of these films, and I don't know. I did kind of forget a lot of what was going on in this one, so that does lead to what DC was saying about a lot of this being forgetful. But I think that's just because the MCU got so big, and it just goes to these other places where, you kind of forget how it began. I also kind of forgot some of Iron Man 2 as well.
Yeah.
I think they could have made this a much better film. I really don't care about Jane Foster, and I couldn't even remember Darcy's name, her friend's name, and then she just kind of disappears in later stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, parts of it could be done better, but for the limitations that they had of what they had to put in here to get ready for Avengers, and the fact that they're kind of doing an uphill battle to get people to like this kind of Thor character, I think they did a decent job. I got to be honest, this is one of my, I think it is kind of like a forgotten gem. I really ended up enjoying this and the layers that they were able to put into a lot of this stuff. And I forgot everything that it kind of sets up too. I really ended up enjoying my experience with this one. I totally would have forgotten about it, seeing as that was like 13 years ago or something like that. But yeah, revisiting this one, I actually really liked it as much as like Iron Man 1. So I wouldn't say quite as much as Iron Man 1. I still remembered a ton of the scenes from Iron Man 1, but this one I did forget about a lot of it that went on. So I don't know. To me, it's still good, but it's definitely, you mentioned it's forgetful. I agree with that. I forgot a lot of it, but I think it's one of those forgotten gems.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for me, it was a much more positive experience, but I can understand all your criticism.
Yeah.
Do you want to add more, Gray?
No, I think that's it. More might come up. There's a lot of really good performances in here. I totally forgot that Stellan Skarsgård was in it. Anthony Hopkins was great. I forgot that Ray Stevenson was one of the dudes, Volstagg. And I just kind of forgot everything that it set up in this one. I don't know. It was kind of enjoyable to just kick back and watch this one, not think a lot about a movie this time. So I don't know. This one, I think for me, I totally overlooked it. I think I really like this one. But yeah, I think that's where I'll end it.
I am with you, man. Before I give my thoughts, I will read out Cole's comment. So, Cole's idea of Thor. This is a film that has a lot of revisionist history involved. It was considered pretty generic and mediocre when it first released, but has gotten a lot of love over the years after many people returned to it. I was hoping I would feel the same way, but feel about the same as I did when I saw it in theater back in 2011, as it still just feels like a meh film. It feels rushed in many areas, and especially the whole beginning until he's on Earth. They did a poor job of utilizing many characters, despite actors such as Hemsworth and Hiddleston doing a good job portraying the characters. And this is funny because these two, now this is my note, these two are probably the only two actors outside of Natalie Portman that I actually know like which character they're playing. Like it's Loki and Thor. So yeah, I'm with Cole on that. Next up in Cole's notes, the relationship aspect to it with him and his brother was a nothing burger with how they executed it. The fish out of water element to it was all bland and hated when everyone first saw it, and nothing much has changed outside of having a few charming moments to it. The side characters are shit. I do agree. Natalie Portman's performance was trash and their relationship sucked. You know what? Thinking back, I agree. Thinking back, and like I actually have seen the movie again for a second time, and I think I will knock off another point there because I do agree with Cole. I just didn't realize as I was watching. Um, the ending with Loki was laughable. A lot of the filmmaking and technical aspect in every other area, and the rest of the story was solid. It had its moment. It wasn't bad. It wasn't good either. I truly think the only reason why people are giving this film some late love, along with others such as Captain America, the first Avenger, is because they gave the director more freedom at this time where you can really feel that it's their distinct project. And Kenneth Branagh, Joe Johnston, etc. direction that, and because these MCU film in the late 2000 and early 2010 being regular CBMS with normal comedy and charming moment at time instead of trying to be desperate attempt at a lame stand-up comedy flick being for audience reaction 24/7 made them easier to sit through on a rewatch at their own and not age as poorly as the later ones. Uh, I get that. I get that feeling. Completely understand that.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, the latest one have aged poorly after a few weeks.
Yeah.
A few days. That's generous. A few
Yeah.
weeks.
Yeah, you're right. After 2 days, they immediately age poorly. So, so yeah.
But these still add many issues too, and Thor is no exception. It's an extremely forgettable film that I have no interest in watching ever again. Okay, my experience is actually very different than Cole's. So I will start by saying I have seen it once, and well, once before this week because I have rewatched it this week. But in the past, the one time I did see it was when Infinity War came in, or no, that was actually Endgame. So when Endgame was announced and all, I was like, you know what? I'll do a marathon because at that point I only had seen like the first two Iron Man, and I think these were the and the Hulk movie. So I had seen like three MCU movies. So I was like, you know what? Endgame is coming. I will do a marathon. So I've watched all of them back to back. Boom, 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 boom. And finally, my first time around, I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. Nothing impressive, nothing groundbreaking. On my rewatch, I'm thinking the same. But I'm on my rewatch, I enjoyed it a lot because I've seen what Phase 4 has to offer and what Phase 5 has to offer. The bits I've seen are bad. So looking back at Thor, I'm like, man, that movie aged well. Considering it's 13 years ago and I see more rewatch value than Wakanda Forever or
Spider-Man No Way Home.
I don't hate that one. I know you
Yeah,
ate
that
it.
one was good.
but-
Actually, the Spider-Man movies were good. Good. It's it's a. In fact, honestly, it seems to be the only movie. And Guardians of the Galaxy seems to be like the only thing worthwhile. But the trilogies are over. I'm not sure what's. Oh yeah, Deadpool. But okay, that's another topic for another time, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, we'll cover the Fox stuff. But
Yeah.
anyhow,
The
I saw
actual.
Deadpool movies, just so you know.
yeah. We have seen Deadpool on your birthday one year. I can't remember when exactly, but
Yeah,
I
right.
remember we went there.
For the fun-
Yeah, and for those that don't know, the Fox Marvel movies are like what the MCU should have been. They're far better than the MCU.
At least, especially at least when it
It
comes.
depends, man. If you bring
least when it
X3
comes to
into it,
Phase
I don't know.
4, at least when it comes at least when it comes to Phase 4 and 5, at least you can go.
Yeah, about that. Well, prepare to have your heart broken.
And keep in mind, Overlord, no violence when there are disagreements in the future. Anyhow, now my rewatch, I enjoyed it. I liked it a lot. I was hooked, but I could not be blind to the issues I had. So I will echo what Cole has said. And it's funny because I didn't note it, but I did realize it looking back and thinking back. I'm with Cole by saying that Jane Foster and Thor relationship, it wasn't that great. Either it's the writing or the acting, maybe both. I don't know. It just didn't work for me. Um, but I was so hooked and entertained by the product, so I didn't really think of that. Anyhow, so
Do you think that's
that
the main relationship though? Like, I don't know. That just seems like it's kind of like a side thing. Like that's just the relationship on Earth. Like I don't know.
well,
To me, the main relationship is kind of the two brothers and their father. But
not
maybe I'm looking
really,
at this wrong.
not really, because like they're separated. For most of the movie, Thor is on Earth, and they barely interact with Loki. Like they have a few scenes, Loki and Thor, and these scenes are great, but like Thor has much more screen time with Jane than Loki. It's just
Yeah,
that
and it
weird.
doesn't like equate to much. Like the journey that he's on was set up with Loki and Odin before this. I don't know his whole character growth, like that whole thing. Fair enough. I'm sorry for stepping on your time to speak. My bad.
No, that's good, bro. You can add more if you want. um, but Cole, I'm glad to see you. So yeah, I will start by saying I'm with you, Cole. Jane Foster and Thor sucked. Next issue would be the lightning in the opening scene was terrible. Even if you try to justify it's nighttime, I couldn't see shit. So yeah, I think lightning sucks. The fight sequence in the exposition dump was way too dark in terms of lightning, and it was all blurry, making it kind of bad. Next up would be plot convenience, bumping into Jane and the others. Um, that was convenient. Next up would be too
I
many
mean, it's a
characters.
superhero movie, so like, isn't everything going to be convenient? Like the fact that it becomes worthy at
Well,
just the right moment, isn't that going to be convenient? The fact that he's powerful enough to take on like the enemy, isn't that like I don't know? You're just going to run into like plot convenience after plot convenience with something like a
I mean,
Not
superhero movie.
always.
I mean,
Iron
great.
Man 1, I don't remember having any issues whatsoever with the first Iron Man.
Yeah, plus I think the reason why in this film it's a little very convenient is because out of all the places, remember, Earth is not a small world. Just
Yeah.
you remember that. So it's like if you landed somewhere, you're not gonna bump into like Jane Foster driving. Let's be honest. But in this film, they treat it like it's a small world, so that's why I find it to be very convenient and very more plot convenience in this case. Usually, I really forgive me, Multi, but I usually would never agree with Multi about the plot stuff. But I think in this case, I kind of have to because for me, it's just a little too
You
convenient.
don't have to do anything, DC.
Well,
You
as
don't.
I said, it's because in Norse mythology there was a heavy theme of fate and destiny, which is common in Norse myths. So I'd say they were fated to meet. So kind of, looked like how Future was fated to destroy Asgard, and so everything's so kind of. And let's just say in Norse myth, fate is set in stone. If fate says something, no matter what you do, it'll happen. If you try to take the other path, you're probably going to end up here anyway. You have one path, and everything you'll do will lead to there. So you're kind of fated to meet. It's likely. So
DC.
I
The only
think
reason why I
you're
didn't.
going-
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, I think you're going to inevitably be leaving out a ton of plot conveniences or plot contrivances with any superhero movie. Like, I think you would just be calling them out in almost every scene because, again, superpowers. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just going to lead to. It could be written better.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, nobody's going to argue that. But, like, I don't know. Just calling out the fact that he's where she is like,
Plot convenience.
I don't know, man. Like, okay, but you're. Almost every scene you'd have to be calling one out, and I am assuming you're not going to be.
I said it's as I said with Norse myth, there's fate, and you're fated to meet. So kind of
So DC, the
Red
reason
string of
why
fate.
DC, the reason why I didn't kick you out after you told me about my flawed convenience is because you agree with me for once. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Oh man.
Sadly, he
anyhow.
was joking too. He doesn't agree.
I mean, this is
You're
actually
kicked out,
probably
Gray.
the only case. I think this is unfortunately great. This is the only case I actually do agree. Like if Multi said, I think
I'm not
it's
saying
plot
it's not a
convenience
plot
that
convenience. I'm not like arguing that it's not. I'm just saying like this is a superhero movie, so like if you
I mean,
calling that out that like Jane Foster is near Thor, it's like okay, I think you're going to be calling them out in every scene, and it's going to be a long time to get to the end of conveniences.
This is one of the reasons why I criticize, because the fact that, remember, Earth is not a huge, it's not a small place, so it's like Thor could pretty much land anywhere. Like he could have landed in Florida, he could have landed in Dubai, he could have landed in Hong Kong, he could have landed in Gray's house. It's like he doesn't know
You
where.
don't know that he didn't land in my house.
I know, but it's like, you see my point. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like he could have landed anywhere, where that's the point. And it's like they chose New Mexico. Okay, that's fine, but New Mexico is
Fair
not
enough.
a small place. So, okay, I can understand you guys' criticism, but at least you can at least understand Gray.
Yeah, I think there's going to be like other scenes that aren't called out. Like Multi, were you going to call out Odin for taking his Odin sleep right at that particular moment, or is that not a plot contrivance as well, a plot convenience?
I don't think so. It's more like plot convenience is right people, right moment, right place.
But that's what you're calling for Sarah whatever her name, Jane Foster. Sorry, but again, Odin just taking his Odin sleep right at that particular moment, like right as Loki is like trying to get to like the bottom of something with him. I don't know. That feels like it's a convenience, but fair enough. I'll pipe down. I'll let you talk about the rest of the conveniences.
Next up would be too many characters. Some of the friends of Thor are really bad, and Darcy character could have been cut as well. So I feel like maybe keep Lady Sif and like someone else in a position of Lady Sif, like someone like middle ground or something. But in this movie, we got like Thor 5 best friends, and you got like Darcy, and like I feel like if you could like cut them out, you would spend more time with other characters to give more of a character arc, because I just feel like they're there for the ride along and they don't really bring much outside of, oh, here's an actor and a character. So yeah, these are my issues. Now I will say the action was entertaining. I liked the tone of this movie, and I also like the fact that, oh, Thor is not worthy anymore, and the point of this movie is to make him connect with people so he becomes more worthy in the end. And now he's about self-sacrifice instead of like being selfish and self-centered. So that's really good and entertaining. I like that aspect. And I also enjoyed Loki a lot. And him scheming around and all the lights blow up in Loki's face. That was entertaining. The big showdown between Thor and the other one was cool. And one of my favorite moments is like just Thor going all crazy in the facility, in the building where they have the hammer, and he beats down a bunch of people. And he's just got Hawkeye that shows up. He's cool, Hawkeye. I like Hawkeye. But otherwise, I also liked a lot of the humor in it. It did land very well. Like Overlord mentioned, the coffee scene. I like the coffee scene a lot. And I also liked Coulson talking to Thor, asking, "Who are you?" And Thor is just like, "Yeah, I'm not speaking." It's just amazing. I really like this movie. So even if I got issues, I was entertained from start to finish. With that being said, I don't have much more to add. My grade for this movie, if we just speak in terms of enjoyment, that was a 9 or 10. But as a critique, I will say it's an 8. 8 out of 10. This is a well-deserved grade. What about you, Gray? What would be your grade out of 10?
You know, there's a couple of things that I forgot to mention. So first, nobody mentioned the score in this one. I forgot how good the score was. Rewatching it, like I actually really dug the score, especially compared to some of the later ones where they're just using like rock music. This they did actually kind of bring in like an actual score for it. I was back when they were kind of still concerned with doing that instead of kind of reusing the same themes and everything. But yeah, I thought the score in this was actually really good as well. Um, I think I would disagree with one thing that you were saying about like the side characters, like his friends. I think you kind of need to know that he's just more interested in having fun and broing out with his buds as opposed to like giving a shit about his kingdom or Earth or anything else like that. So I don't know. Like I think that's part of his journey. I could totally see getting rid of now I can't even remember her name, but Kat Dennings's character. I don't Darcy. I don't think she really added anything to it, but I don't know. His buddies are in it for like 3 scenes, if I remember right, something like that. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure that really takes out of it, but fair enough. It is not a perfect film by any means, but I think it could be like my second favorite Thor film. Excuse me. Um, I really thought it was a lot worse than it was. What I remember, but I think I'm just kind of remembering like bits and pieces of the later films, if you will, and I just kind of put that on Thor. It's not a great movie, but I do like Thor's character arc, and I kind of like the way that they kind of treat it a little bit more like Shakespeare. I guess it is, Kenneth Branagh. I guess, like Cole was talking about, I like kind of the freedom that they had in this. It has a tone unlike the other ones. I don't know. To me, it's better than a lot of the ones that are to come. So I don't know. I think I give it like a 7.5. There's a lot of issues with the plot, and I think a lot of it could be taken out. But I don't know. Overall, it was way more enjoyable than I thought from 13 years ago or whatever the hell it was. So yeah, I actually enjoyed watching it. I didn't think I would.
Well, this is interesting. We have very close grades. Anyhow, Overlord. What would be your grade out of 10 for Thor?
I'd give Thor a 8. A good 8.
Okay. And sorry about that. Next up is Cole grade. So Cole said he gave a 4 out of 10. And DC, what about you? What would be your grade out of 10?
Well, I'm gonna sound. Me and Cole are gonna sound
Like
like
an arch enemy?
I agree with Cole. So I'd probably give it like a 3 out of 10. I know he went 4, but I said I was initially debating between 3 or 4, and I thought and 3 because I think generally speaking, how later on almost half the characters are just straight up gone, except for Loki and Thor, and he has Guardian characters. I was like, yeah, I think 3 is more necessary.
Okay. So what do you have going on your end of the internet, DC?
I haven't thought much about it, but I do plan to some record. Like I did upload some videos today and yesterday. Yesterday was my first WWE review. But yeah, and today I have posted another Marvel's Revenge the Amalgam song. But yeah, other than that, I do not have anything planned. But I still plan to upload for this week. I plan to upload at least a video tomorrow, and if I can, well, God help us all. But yeah.
Oh no, that's a lot of pressure on you, sir.
I've been through far worse pressure, Gray, so don't worry. Been through far worse.
Anyhow, thank you a lot for coming. You're great. We will talk tomorrow. Have a great day and
All
take
right.
care, DC.
Do me too. Bye.
Perfect. So next topic is Nausicaa. I don't know how to spell that damn name.
No, it's Nausicaa.
Nausicaa. Okay, Nausicaa. So since you spelled it right, what did you think of Nausicaa?
It was neat. Check. Oh, it was neat stuff. I'd say something not exactly not something I should have watched back the I saw it. I mean, it was kind of disturbing for kids, but neat classics. Good start off. good big attention getter of stuff. And I've seen many, but it's still, a big inspiration for many. I mean, I remember I was playing a little game, and then I was like, wait a minute, that thing looked like one of those big multi-eyed fleas, huh? So it was like fun, neat story, great visuals, like really neat visuals. Even now, many anime studios struggle to make something as pretty as this. Good.
Do you want to add more?
Good 9.5, I'd say.
Okay. So Cole, are you back with us, or maybe he's not? So we will see if Cole is back. Maybe he's not. I will actually mark down in the chat so we will see. Cole, let us know when you're back. So Gray, you had time for Nausicaa, right?
Oh yeah. So I absolutely love this film. I might be biased towards it. It is my favorite Miyazaki film. I don't know. Hayao Miyazaki has a lot of themes that he keeps putting into his films. And I don't know, this to me is like the perfect distillation of a lot of those themes all into one. I can understand why people would prefer, something like Princess Mononoke, but I don't know. Nausicaa for me is just where it's at. So it's got like all the themes of like, world destruction, the power that, man really shouldn't wield that will destroy us all. It's got those same themes, and it's got the whole pacifism theme that he always kind of puts in there. But I don't know, just the distillation of it into this kind of antithesis of like every Disney princess that ever was is just so amazing. I don't know if you're familiar with the manga, but I believe it's a 7-piece manga that Hayao Miyazaki originally wrote. And then once he was almost done with that, they convinced him to make a movie of it. So this is technically before Studio Ghibli. He was working at Toei Animation when they kind of greenlit this thing. But it is what kind of kicked Studio Ghibli into actual existence. So a lot of people kind of credit this as part of the Studio Ghibli films, but it's technically not. It's a predecessor of it. Studio Ghibli then did buy the rights of it, and they released, I think, the 2005 like redub of it. That's amazing. But to me, there's just like so many themes in this that are amazing, and I love the way that they're able to portray a princess, but she's not just some helpless damsel in distress. And she has to kind of earn her position as a pacifist. Like even in the beginning when she helps Lord Yupa, which I'm not sure if you guys watched the dub one, but Patrick Stewart as Lord Yupa, like that's amazing.
I wish, bro. I just didn't find that damn dub. I cannot find
dubs. That one's awesome.
I need your website. I need your website. You need to give me your website after this.
Well, I've got the DVDs of it, man.
Oh, okay.
I've got like every version of this. This film is just like amazing. But yeah, I ended up watching the dub one this time just to see if there was anything different. I actually don't know if I'd ever watched, the subtitled one. I don't know if I'd ever watched the sub because the dub has like Patrick Stewart and a bunch of other actors in it that are fun to listen to. But it's interesting. But I don't know, just the message that he's able to kind of distill in this, while at the same time bringing in like religion and prophecy. I don't know, and resurrection even. There's a whole lot of like amazing themes that just kind of get touched on that seem to be throughout all the Studio Ghibli films. To me, this is my favorite presentation of those themes, and I think he really hits it out of the park with this. And I just I love this character, how she's able to, try and show that there's a better way to connect to nature. Perhaps just this unwieldy power that could somehow take over nature. Maybe that's not the way. Maybe instead there is more of a balance that we could somehow achieve. And then just this entire almost alien planet, but covered in spores. I absolutely love this. There's a recent show that kind of reminded me of this. A lot of the way that it's doing like the spores thing. If you haven't checked out that scavenger rain thing, that show is like amazing. But yeah, just this otherworldly, I don't know, environment that we're in. I absolutely love this. And then the ohms, like, just, I don't know, to see her from the beginning just be so proficient and able to get the ohm's eye off of there, like she definitely knows how to take apart shells, if you will, burn the thing in just the right spot to like blow off the eye. It shows she's not just some useless princess, which is kind of the opposite of what we usually get. And then the greatest swordsman in the land, she actually saves him by saying, like, we don't need to use violence against these things. It's just misunderstood. And then the way that they're able to actually get that message through. On top of this being like an extremely environmentalist tale, I think there's so many different versions of this same trope, and I don't think they're done in this. I don't know what you'd call it. I guess kind of. It's somewhat ambiguous, if you will. You don't know. You can understand everybody's motivation. Like, any one group doesn't seem like they're completely wrong, much like in Mononoke. But in this one, you've got three opposing forces, which I really kind of like that idea. It feels like it's the same type of deal where, like Ferngully, Avatar, like all those ones where it's kind of, man is evil. They're coming in here. They're taking over nature. I really liked this version of it, where it's not just like, I'm going to cut down that jungle. It's no, this nature is invading. It will take us over. So we've got to come up with some way to stop this. Whereas, other films like even Mononoke, it does seem like they brought it on by attacking nature, where this one, it does seem like it is kind of just this world, and we're not learning to kind of live in this, except for Mononoke, who somehow finds out that, or excuse me, except for Nausicaa, who somehow finds this balance. I really like this film, and I might be biased towards it, but everything about it, from the hand-drawn animation to these amazing creatures to the score, like just these synths are just over the top. And then that creepy song with the kid just kind of like doing the la-las over it. I don't know. So much of this just gets stuck in my head. I love like every one of the inventions that they have, their weird airships. I don't know. Just everything about this world is just, I don't know. It's perfect for me. So I don't know. I'm struggling to find something that I really don't like about this film. And, I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss. So, tear it apart where I'm missing it.
So I will start by saying, as a side note, so I didn't hold it against the movie, but I must mention it like every other time. I didn't connect well because these names subtitles. My enjoyment
Dude,
sits
the
at
dubbed
least
ones
6 or
are out
7.
there. You could have listened to Sir Patrick Stewart this whole time.
I cannot find it, man. I just cannot. I need the website you find the movies, man. Now I will also admit in my side note, the princess was clearly the only good character in the movie for me. So now that leads to my.
So when you say only good character, do you mean morally, or do you mean like the way that they're depicted? Like, what do you mean by good character?
Both.
Okay, so you don't understand like the motivation of, okay, there are these giant warriors who are underground who can defeat this nature thing, so we must bring it to save humanity. Like, can you not understand the motivation of?
I
So
just
there's
didn't
three
connect.
different
So my
princesses
focus.
that are
So my
each
thing
trying
is.
to. Yeah, sorry.
My thing is, when I don't connect, I don't try to decipher. I just read the subtitle and I'm like, okay, this is what's going on right now. So yeah, I maybe I missed a point. So I will let you like expand on that, because you may have understood the movie better than me, but because me, I wasn't really trying to understand, because when I don't really connect with anything, I'm just reading the novel. So I'll let
Yeah.
you move on that.
Well, so Hayao Miyazaki, he was born just, I believe it was just after the A bombs were, dropped, but he definitely lived in the devastation that they were in, and a lot of his work is kind of an allegory for that. So like these giant creatures defending humanity that we can't really control. Those giants, the warriors, those were kind of, again, supposed to represent essentially the same type of deal. So you've got three different princesses, one who kind of wants to stay out of it and is at peace, one that's invading the other kingdom because they know that they have one of these warriors under their ground, and then they steal that princess and that thing, and then that's what crashes into the Valley of the Wind. But when they're doing this for what they perceive as a noble purpose, that it will allow them to actually destroy the Sea of Spores, to get rid of it. They're thinking that they're doing the right thing by getting rid of it, protecting their people, protecting everybody else because it's spreading. I don't know. I can understand that motivation. She thinks she's taking care of her people and protecting them, and these people are just standing in the way of what needs to be done to truly protect and reclaim Earth. I don't know. Like, I don't think she's a good person, and she obviously doesn't think the lives of these people opposing her are that important. But even then, like, she could have gone ahead and destroyed Nausicaä, the Valley of the Wind, their castle, with the tanks, but decides to wait. I don't know. You don't see any redeeming value in any of these characters. Just Nausicaa's good. All right, fair enough. I would recommend watching it with the dub, man.
Yeah, the dub. Maybe the dub will be an entire different experience, because, like, the moment I need to read down here, like, it's rare. Like, among all of these movies we covered where I needed to read out the subtitle, there's maybe one or two where, despite that, I was able to have interest and genuinely think it's good. And I think one of them would be we covered it, I believe, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, the pop star that's like kind of twisted. I forgot the name of the movie. No, that was another animation movie.
Perfect Blue?
Yeah, exactly. Perfect Blue.
I haven't seen the full thing. My parents, I think my mom has seen it. My sister has seen it, but I haven't seen it. I mostly kind of just walked in on them watching, like, oh boy, that's some edgy stuff. I was like, eh.
It's pretty amazing, but you do have to kind of be
There's
involved in
some
it.
violence.
That's one of the few subtitle movie where I actually cared about what was going on, and I despite the subtitle, I could overcome it and still enjoy the movie.
Here's a fun fact. The ending's a bit different in the dub because the line is the final line is a bit in the sub. The story ends on a rather odd, curious, and ambiguous note, but on the dub, it's a bit more clear. It ends on a much more definitive note.
Yeah, so again, it's really hard for me. Like, it's art. How many movies I mentioned name subtitles? Anyhow, now my 3 issues with this movie. The first one, you guessed it, characters.
So when
were
you're saying there's
forgettable.
no good characters, what about the one person who risked their life to change clothing with Mononoke and save her when she's been imprisoned?
That was a cool scene.
All right, sorry, yeah, Nausicaa, not Mononoke. I don't know why I keep going Mononoke.
I like that scene a lot, but
well, I mean, you're saying there's no other good characters. What about that girl? Like, she seemed to sacrifice herself. She would be in the essentially in the room to die next, but
I can't remember that character. Like, again, I like that scene. That was a cool scene, but I can't remember that character outside of, she sacrificed herself. Okay, I guess there's a swap there. Again, if I was watching a dub, I would most likely like it more, but again, I didn't feel like I felt like she was more of a plot device than a character of her own, but again, I cannot remember if she did much more than just sacrificing herself, and that's a lot, but if the purpose of your character is just, let's sacrifice myself for another character, you're just a plot device.
No, it was the mother of the queen, the other princess who had died. So she understands that her people think that Nausicaa killed her queen or her daughter, the princess, but yeah, she's still willing to switch places because she knows that Nausicaa is the chosen one. I don't know. I would definitely recommend watching it again on the dub. It's definitely easier if you don't have to read the movie.
Yeah, because when I read, man, my attention is divided, and I hate it because it's always like in the bottom of the screen, so I feel like I'm missing out what's going on. That's the other thing. I'm like, I read a novel or a comics there and not watching a movie. Next up would be Cannot Aim, and third stop would be Cannot Aim. So this two different instances where people had opportunity but they missed because the plot wants them to miss. So these were my three issues. I will say that there are a few things I liked, even if I didn't really connect with anything. The music, I liked the music a lot. The action was entertaining, and the princess, again, the princess was so likable. She was the star, and I enjoyed that character a lot. And I felt like parts of the lore that I kind of catch on without thinking about it was really good. Liked it. Um, so yeah, the ending, the princess basically dying but being like coming back to life or something, was really cool. I liked it. So again, I did struggle to connect with this movie, so I still think it's a good movie. It's just not for me, these time subtitles. I don't have much more to say, so let's read out what Cole had to say. So Nausicaä, I massacred the name again. So he said he forgot to rewatch for the stream. He had extra stuff to do. From what Cole remembers seeing as a kid thought, you understand why it's some people's favorite Ghibli films such as Jaded the Fanboy, because of the fascinating world building and such. Just like any other Ghibli film, it has amazing music and animation and voice acting. I still prefer others over it, but it's an awesome film as well, at least in my memory. I will rewatch in the future. So in his note, it's either a 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10. What about you, Gray?
I'm honestly struggling to find anything wrong with this film. Yeah, and then like as for, all right, I don't want to attack every one of your points, but fair enough. I'm not sure which part you're saying can't aim, but fair enough. I don't know. When I really think about it, it is my favorite Ghibli or non-Ghibli film. It is my favorite Hayao Miyazaki film. I'm really struggling to find like anything about it that I could improve. To me, it's really a 10 out of 10. It's just way up there. Yeah, I think it's a classic, and I think you really should give it a watch with the dub and see Sir Patrick Stewart really bring that character to life. You will learn to love Lord Yupa.
What about you, Overlord? What would be your grade out of 10 for that movie? I cannot pronounce the name right.
I'd say a good 9, 9.5, something like that.
Okay. When it comes to me, I give this movie a 9 out of 10. But again, it's because I do think it's a good movie, but I didn't connect. So my enjoyment was a 6 or a 7, but as a movie, I still think it's a 9. It's a solid movie. So what do you have going on your end of the internet, Overlord? What's going on your part?
If I'm watching stuff about video games and stuff, I'm looking forward to a few releases. There's going to be a few if you're interested. I'm looking forward. There's a Splatoon DLC that seems interesting and stuff. But I'm getting eventually that I'm trying to get Mario vs. Donkey Kong and
Yeah.
Anyway, since we talked about the movie that I saw, I think this is where I check out. So
okay, well,
I
thank you a lot for joining us again.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Have a great day and take care, Overlord.
Same to you.
So here we are. Next topic. I will look into my notes.
But just on fucking time, I finished. Just as we're about to move on. Thank
Nice.
God.
Welcome.
Thank God.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So since you're there, I gotta say the last 2 weeks were rough, man. I will admit, like I
told you it would be
Iron Claw.
rough. It's basically the Oscar leftovers. We just have to fucking do.
I like Thor and the Iron Claw. So, which is why we keep Ironclaw for later in the stream. But this week was rough. Next week, Green
I
Mile.
forgot to write
People will
notes
hate me.
down for certain films, but hopefully I'll still say enough.
People
Oh, you
will
got
hate
it.
me.
Just wing it, man.
People will hate me.
No,
but
this won't make anyone hate you any more than they already do.
But Green Mile, bro, guys, I needed to take a break. I cannot stand 3 hours long like that. So I took a break right in the middle because I was like, it's too much for me.
It's fine. I mean, I don't understand
I
how
gotcha.
somebody could
You had to have
hate
a cry session.
Green Mile, but
I don't hate it, but I don't like it.
no, 'cause I can understand if somebody doesn't like it as much or thinks it's like cheesy, but I mean, I don't understand how anybody could hate it. So I mean, I'm saying you do. I'm just saying, I think it is at least one of those films somebody will at least say is well made and good.
So, in my new name, it's I hate old movies.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. But also, by the way, I decided to
Unless
put Shawshank.
it's Godfather 3.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, hell
Godfather
yeah,
3.
Godfather 3 is the best.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's an old movie at this point.
Yeah, I will say though, I did put Shawshank and Green Mile on there because you're going to start up The Walking Dead, so I figured it's good for you to know for season 1 who the director was. It was the director of those 2 films, and also The Mist, which I didn't put on there, but that's his third, and he also did like a couple other films. Just so you know in advance who the director was of season 1, and then the story I'm going to fucking tell, because I will at least write notes down and send to you on my thoughts on season 1 and then season 2 and the transition they made that and basically what I think of the whole fucking show's history. I'm not going to cover the rest after that, but just so you know.
Yeah,
I have
that's
talked
good
about
news.
it before. I have talked about it before though with you on stream though, but so it's not going to be anything new, but yeah.
By the way, Cole, since we are still on that tangent, Superman and Lois is coming back next fall. So will you like at least drop by like weekly for that, or leave me the notes and stuff?
What month is it dropping?
We don't have a release. All we know is this fall, so it can be like August, September, or October. Because I know you were into like first 3 seasons.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll even if I can't stop by, I'll at least like write notes and send it to you for them. Like, it's later in there, so that's fine. But anyway, it's later on, so I won't have much to worry about. But I will also try to do the same for, I guess, Invincible as well. Yeah.
I'm excited about that
for Halo. So yeah, like I didn't watch Halo this week. I'm not covering more Halo because it's going to keep going by the time I take a break and everything. So
I get it. And Dre, did you have time for Halo this week?
I did not. My internet, I don't know what it was, if it was just the site that I was looking at, but it kept like lagging every 5 seconds, and I could not take Halo with like a 5-second pause every 5 seconds. Like it just, I don't know. And that happened to me like every time I went back to it. So I'm not sure if just everyone was really checking out this amazing show or what, because it was the only one that was doing that for me. I need to catch up, and I will, but I sadly did not this week. I only made it through episode 1.
At least you got it to episode 1, so once we get near that, well, actually, since we are on the tangent, what did you think of the first episode?
I gotta be honest, like parts of it seemed like, okay, this could be interesting. They're going on missions. There is like some action. They're in the helmet. Maybe this could be good. And then these people who are like attacked just decide to walk into lava for no reason. I don't know, man. I didn't enjoy it as much as you did. I think that was kind of where I checked out of it. Like, okay, maybe they've turned, and then like just these people are like, it's fate. We're gonna go die now. I don't know. Like, I did not dig that. It's kind of an interesting thing that they're setting up, like kind of the I don't know, tension between him and the whatever his name is, the new guy in charge who has had some field experience before. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of excited to see where it's going to go, but I'm not sure that they've turned like the new leaf that I kind of heard that they did. Like, no, they fixed it this season. I don't know. I saw a lot of Master Chief out of his helmet and a lot of stuff that wasn't Halo to me. That being said, like what they've set up seems better than what they set up in the first season. So I've got a sliver of hope, but I don't know. I got a feeling they'll just disappoint me in a new way that I'm not anticipating. But we'll see.
And that's funny because man, I won't go into too much detail, but season 2 has potential. With the third episode done, I feel like it can be really good. But I'm really wondering
Well, I will
if
catch up to 4 next week, but yeah,
I'm
sorry,
wondering
I only
if
got the first one.
I'm wondering if they can really pull that one off. This I have doubt. But it has more potential than season 1. So I'm with you on that. And I really want to love this show. And I won't go into any more details. So yeah, I guess the next topic is Apocalypse Now. Why did you recommend this, Cole?
Because it's an amazing film. I'm sorry that you just hate old long
It's on
films.
like everybody's top 10 list for the most
Yeah.
part. If it isn't Apocalypse Now, then it's the other one
Yeah,
that
Full
we
Metal
previously
Jacket.
watched that you didn't seem to like either. Generally, it's one of those two war
Yes,
ones. They are known as the classics.
Full Metal Jacket, the movie where everybody thinks the second half is far worse just because they aren't entertained unless some old man is yelling, even though it's just as amazing. But yeah, the Apocalypse Now. Yeah, I again really love this film. Yeah, but I mean, but it's by your favorite director, Multi. Do you want to guess who?
Who's that?
It's the guy that birthed the person that stars in The Godfather Part 3.
Okay.
Yeah, and the director of all three.
Okay. I guess. Okay. So
It's Nicolas Cage's uncle.
oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah, that is kind of cool. But yeah, and once again, it got a film coming out this year, and he literally just like spent 200 million of his own wealth and like auctioned or sold some parts of like his wine company and such and some of his cars to fund the movie because nobody else was going to back it. And he's just like, I have like $1 billion in the bank. I'm like 85. Just let's fucking do it. But yeah, I mean, really like this film though. Again, there's a lot of war films made throughout the decades, and a lot of them kind of have like the same messages, like, oh, the fucking horror of war and everything, like, kind of the same stuff. But it's all about the execution then for me, and some of them aren't so great. Like, I wasn't the biggest. I mean, when I first watched stuff like Hacksaw Ridge, I was, a big fan of it. But then when I rewatched it years later, I wasn't. I found it pretty cheesy. And after then visiting films like Full Metal Jacket, I kind of just realized they kind of ripped off a lot of scenes in it, but just made them worse. But with something like this, though, I enjoyed a lot more. The characters are all memorable to me. I'm sure that will be the opposite for Multi, but I don't know. I
cannot
recognize
remember
all.
a single character, man. Maybe the French one that
Dude,
spoke
that's
about war
your-
and freedom.
That's a multi-problem though.
Yeah,
Like,
that is
I
a
remember every one of
multi-problem.
the characters.
Yeah, like you don't remember like any characters in 12 Anchored
I
Men,
don't.
right? So it's a multi-problem, but yeah,
Well,
remember all the
actually, remember the
characters.
one guy, that the old man that was with the other guy, because he's like, oh, I want to hear him through.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just all the characters are so memorable to me though. Like each of the kind of like soldiers like on that journey built all just like represent something different like in the war and like what they went in there for and their like vision for it going into it, and then like the I guess the reality of it. I really love that, and just seeing them like their descent into just insanity the further it goes along, both that and just the whole world of it, especially just in the whole climax of it. It's just insane, and I love it, especially the one character they were trying to get back that whole time. So yeah, I really love that. And then also, yeah, I love the soldier guy at the beginning. Just fucking crazy. It's like the soldier guy in Full Metal Jacket. Kind of, I believe he was nominated for an Oscar for this. At least I hope. Yeah, and cinematography, filmmaking, everything just added in. All the technical and filmmaking aspects are just beautiful in this. So yeah, I really loved it. I didn't rewatch it for the stream, so I can't like go into much like story wise. I would have to rewatch it and write notes down for it. But I really enjoyed it though, and I'll definitely rewatch it another time. What I will say though is, if you ever have the time, I mean, Multi already does these streams and watch movies for them, so I'm sure he doesn't. But anybody else, or I would watch the documentary of the making of this film, because this was a film that had like a disastrous production and was barely made, and it was insane that then this amazing film came out of it, which seems to be a pattern though with all Francis Ford Coppola's films, like The Godfather. The producers tried fucking ruining every second of it because they didn't understand it. So I mean, I guess it's just a trend with him, but yeah.
Okay, so
which one's the documentary? It's Heart of Darkness or Into
Yeah.
the Heart of Darkness or something.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Really do check that out if you have any interest in this. But apparently, it's also an old documentary, so you might hate that, Multi.
So my enjoyment was a 3. Man, that was a painful experience. I hated this movie so much. Now there's one thing I liked, and I will get into it when I go to my likes. But yeah, I had apathy on top of that. So my first issue would be too many characters, followed by characters are forgettable, followed by pacing. Some of these scenes could be trimmed down or totally removed. And another pacing issue after that. And this one I specified
Like,
the
which
last.
scene would you remove? Because I don't know, like it all builds the tension.
I can't remember the movie, man. Well, I read to my note. I remember some moments of it, but these are like the best moment of the movie, and I feel like maybe these ones they don't need any like change or anything. But my last issue was like really in the last 30 minutes. It felt so long. I don't know. Maybe they could have trimmed it down. I feel like I believe it was 2.5 hours. It wasn't really justified. I feel like the same kind of stuff could have been told under like maybe 2 hours, maybe less than that, maybe like 1.5 hours, maybe. But yeah, I will admit the music is the best part. I do remember liking the music a lot. That's the highlight for me. And I will also add this: the visual were good despite being a very old movie. So props to that.
What do you mean despite though? Like a lot of old films
some
had
old
great
movie
visuals.
look bad,
No,
bro.
you understand. They're old,
What?
so it's bad. It
Yeah,
doesn't look
I don't
like
get
it's
what
shot
you
on an
mean.
HD
What are
camera.
these takes,
apparently.
bro?
Yeah,
Hi,
Thank you.
Parker. I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, like
Um,
old films also had good cinematography at the time, and black and white films do too. Like, yeah, they weren't just like flailing around with a camera.
Next up would be I thought PTSD was well depicted. I like that part a lot. And the lead was likable, but again, forgettable. I can't remember his name. Next up would be the party
It's a
was
multi
enjoyable.
problem again.
The action, the grape scene was well explained. The message about war being for nothing when it comes to American, I like it. And again, the action. So when there was action, I was entertained, I guess. But there's a lot of talk, and the best talk was really the more political one, where they're like, "Yeah, you Americans suck because you bring war with you. Like we were okay until you came in and you just messed up everything." And I was like, "Oh, that's freaking good." I like that part.
I mean, do you remember a lot of like the cast members in this show outside of like really?
Even the French people, and these are the one I could relate the most because I could recognize their shitty French accents.
I mean that's okay. That's surprising. I mean the cast
Oh,
is
you
very
watched
stacked,
that version? Okay.
That version. So there's more than one version of the movie.
What?
Are you talking? So sorry. I just got out of bed. So is this the one where it's like they take the detour for a half hour on like the French plantation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like only in one specific version of the film. All the other ones that's not in there.
So I've seen that version. Okay, so I didn't know there were more than one version, but
Yeah,
that's the version I had
there's a
seen.
longer.
Did you watch?
There's a longer cut of this. Are you kidding
Yes,
me?
and I
want
think
to
that's
die.
what you
watched. You
No,
watched the
I-
one that has stuff cut out of it.
Yeah, and I thought the PC was bad.
No,
Well,
no,
yeah,
the pacing is
I mean-
perfectly fine. All right,
They want
you
to delete me, man.
listen. You can just admit you don't like long films. All right, it's okay.
I liked Endgame. It's 3 hour long. I like the Batman. It's 3 hour long.
Wrong about that one too.
Yeah, the Batman has some horrendous pacing issues there to me, but
I'm
but-
sure on the rewatch I can find more issues, but I
yeah,
still like it.
but also,
a lot.
what do you mean about Endgame? Pretty much like one
I liked
hour
it.
of 1 hour of Endgame was pretty much pointless, and they just purposely dragged it along so then it could be 3 hours, so then it can look like some grand epic finale film, even though they could have cut out an hour of that film and nothing would have changed.
Local, I had seen it in theater, and that's it. So maybe I actually had seen it twice in theater because I liked it a lot.
Okay,
So
but you
maybe
don't
my
remember
opinion
the
will change.
characters.
Maybe,
okay.
maybe my opinion will change when we will get into Endgame. But when I had seen it
Yeah.
in theaters, I
Keep
liked
in mind,
it.
it's an old movie now.
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
Batman, I liked it a lot. The Batman, I've seen it 5 times in theater and 1 time at home. So
Incredible how you like
liked
that film with its slow pacing, but not a lot of these. Okay, well, anyway, you don't like you don't remember the characters in this, but I will just say though it has like a pretty stacked cast of like actors who is like kind of unrecognizable in this film because they were so young at the time. But I mean, you probably would recognize them now, like Harrison Ford, Lawrence Fishburne, Marlon Brando. I mean, of course, he was old, just older at the
Also
Dennis
time.
enjoy-
Hopper, man, the photojournalist, like that dude always sticks out to me.
Yeah, and I will say though, it's too bad that the main character, didn't die. At the end, I will say that.
also enjoyed the Killer of the Flower Moon. I didn't thought it was perfect, but I liked it, and that was like freaking 3 hour and a half. So yeah, I guess
Yeah.
this is the end of my part. So Parker, what did you think of Apocalypse Now? Whatever the version you have seen, because apparently there are two versions.
Yeah,
of it.
so I think everybody missed the
was
one
like-
joke I said.
Yeah, I think
I
there's
said
more
if,
than
if
two.
only the main character didn't die because he's Martin Sheen, so he wouldn't have given birth to Charlie Sheen.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah,
I think there's
there's, like-
multiple because there was like Apocalypse Now redo, and then there was a director's cut, and there's the original. I think there's even another cut than that. But sorry for talking
Four
over your
cuts?
Parker.
What? Okay.
It's
Park-
okay. I'm trying to gather my thoughts here. So yeah, there's like 3 or 4 different versions of Apocalypse Now, but I don't care because Apocalypse Now is one of my favorite films of all time. Partly because it's based off of one of my favorite books of all time, Heart of Darkness. Yeah, if you have, but by Joseph Conrad, and if you haven't read Heart of Darkness, I highly recommend it. The whole thing with Heart of Darkness is it's about a sailor named Charles Marlowe, who goes on a trip through a river into the African interior, to a place that is pretty much run by Belgium's King Leopold, and a lot of human rights atrocities happen there. And the whole thing is about how there is little difference between civilized people and quote unquote savages, and really the true savages are Belgium for raping the land and doing these atrocities to people. And it's a very good book, and Apocalypse Now is loosely based off of Heart of Darkness, but it's also has a lot of those same themes in it. So Apocalypse Now is my dad's favorite film, at least as far as I'm aware. And everyone talks about how Kurtz and oh my god, oh Marlon Brando, oh that's like his greatest role ever, blah blah blah. I'm not of that opinion, but I do think it's a very transcendent role for him, and he makes a huge impact with the short amount of screen time that he has. But What I really like about Apocalypse Now is it's very different from a lot of other war films, specifically a lot of other Vietnam War films. It's for me, I felt very uncomfortable the first time I watched Apocalypse Now, and I've watched Apocalypse Now a couple of times. But when I didn't know what I was getting into, I sort of felt a big sense of discomfort, and the further on that they went into the jungle, and the further they traveled from what was civilization to what was going to be these unknown savage lands that Colonel Kurtz was in. It sort of felt like a descent into hell almost. And what I don't like about the 3.5 hour version with the French plantation is because if I recall correctly, up to that point they had just passed the bridge uh, that sort of separated Vietnam from Cambodia, and that's like where it's really fucked over there. But for some reason, right at like after they pass that, the next day they run into a French plantation. They take a detour there for a half hour in the film, and I just don't think that's the correct place to put that. I think if they put that earlier in the film, or if they trimmed it down and put it in earlier, it would have done a lot better. But with how far they are in the journey up to that point and running into other people, that it just actually completely took me out of the movie, and I wasn't a huge fan of that. So if you are watching a version of Apocalypse Now, I recommend finding a version that doesn't have that scene in it. I
But
don't think it's a bad
I
scene,
like
but I think the
I like the
pacing,
political
yeah,
aspect of it.
but the pacing's fucked.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like you're expecting the very next thing that they're gonna be running into is you don't even fucking know. Like you have no idea what they're gonna be running into once they hit Cambodia. You don't even know if they actually are in Cambodia. You don't know where they are. They don't know where they are. And you run to these French fucks. Like okay, whatever. Yeah. I didn't really like that, but overall, I really I really love Apocalypse Now. It's very a lot of other war films you see are pretty cut and dry or don't really have like a very like hidden symbolic type message behind it. Now that's a big general overgeneralization. I realize, films like Platoon and films like Full Metal Jacket, obviously, there's a lot of shit that's going on in those films, but for Apocalypse Now, and especially for the time it came out, because I believe it came out right around the time where the United States was getting out of Vietnam, or it's like that's when it was being recorded or something, because it was mid 70s. So yeah, especially for the period of my life when I first watched it, I was very blown away with it telling a story that I wasn't fully familiar with, and it actually, after watching it, I was inspired to read Heart of Darkness, but also watch another film that's fairly similar to it. I believe this is a film that Cole's familiar with, but Agai or the Wrath of God by Werner Herzog, where it's a fairly similar type of film of a group of people traveling deep into a wild jungle, but in this case, it's a group of conquistadors looking
You
for
mean
El
Rescue
Dorado.
Dawn?
Hmm?
You mean Rescue Dawn?
Rescue Dawn.
Is that the film you're talking about?
No. Agai or the Wrath of God.
Oh, that one. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I thought you were talking about like another Vietnam War film, and it's like, oh, well, you did that one.
Oh, no, not that one. Sorry. Yeah, that's also one that's fairly similar. But yeah, I just I don't know. There's like a lot that's going on behind the scenes with Apocalypse Now, and I would recommend checking out the documentary and also like just reading about these other texts that have been inspired or had inspired Apocalypse Now. Because it's really, I don't know, for me, especially when I first watched it, was very like I'd never seen anything like it before. So it'll always have a space in my heart, despite whatever film and technical nitpicks that I have for it.
Okay. Do you want to add more?
I don't think so. That's
And
all I can
also,
think of at this time.
I'm wondering, outside of Apocalypse Now, what else do you have seen for this week right now?
On the list that you have,
Yep.
I've seen Nausicaa, The Valley of the Wind, which is another one of my favorite films ever. Thor and Iron Claw.
Oh, that's amazing. So you will be with us for another topic after that. So okay, I will let Gray go next, and then we'll get back to you shortly. So Gray, what did you think of Apocalypse Now?
Yeah, it is, I think, my favorite Francis Ford Coppola movie, and that's saying a lot. I really do like The Godfather and The Godfather Part 2. I just imagine Godfather Part 3 doesn't exist. But yeah, I don't know. This one just has so many scenes that stick with me. Like anytime I hear that music, I automatically just think of Robert Duvall's amazing lines, which are extremely quotable, and then the helicopters just like in the sun. I don't know, visually this did so much, and then any of the napalm scenes, really any of the set pieces that explode are just amazing visually. What this film did, I don't know, it has just broken so many barriers, and there's just so many people who have tried to rip this off. It is one of the quintessential war movies. It is generally on people's, I don't know, if it isn't their top 10, it's definitely in their top 50. Sorry you watched the longer extended version, Multi. The other one does have a little bit better pacing, but I don't know if you'd get over the too many characters part. There still are a lot of characters. They're all amazing performances, though, and the actors really kind of sink into these characters. I don't see Martin Sheen as like the presidential type in this. He really becomes that character, Captain Willard. And then Duvall is just amazing as Lieutenant Colonel Kilgore. It's just over the top, like that amazing performance. But that whole there's many lines that get quoted from this, but I can't tell you how many things have kind of taking the smell of napalm in the morning line. I think I've probably seen it like 25 times parodied in some way or satirized. I don't know. There's just so many iconic things about this. And then every one of the performances is just great. From Lawrence Fishburne, I think he was as Larry in this one. But I don't know, just as the young kid on the boat. Like, I don't know, man. If there's one thing that I could say for performance-wise, well, it's technically not performance-wise. I do think that Marlon Brando gave a good performance. That being said, I don't think he is cast right for this. And apparently, like you guys have seen the documentary, they didn't know what shape Marlon Brando would be in coming to set. And he doesn't match the physical description.
I mean, isn't that Marlon Brando and just in his later life in general? Like, I don't know what he's gonna
do. Fair enough. And I mean, like, he's a big name, so to get him like on this, like, obviously it's gonna get buzz. It's gonna make it get made and probably get more financing. But I honestly wish somebody else was kind of in that character. They drape him in a lot of black to kind of change it, but he really should be like a hulking, intimidating, like mountain of a man, not like some guy that you feel could fall over at any moment. But that being said, still, the last time I watched it, for some reason that wasn't an issue for me, where it has been in like all my previous watches. Just so much good going on in this film. and just the messages that it kind of brings up. Like Parker was mentioning, that whole like who really are the savages thing. I definitely need to read the book. I did not realize that it was for some reason I thought it was the same exact subject matter. I did not realize it was more of a period piece than this. That's amazing. I actually got to read that now. But I don't know, just what they were able to do with this. Just almost every single actor in this. Visually, it's stunning. With the music choices that they have and the actual score in there, it is just I don't know, it's unforgettable. I think everyone except Multi has agreed that this really did kind of burn a place in my soul, if you will. There's some scenes in this that I can't unsee, and then it just has had such a lasting effect on any war movie after this. It feels like there's many parts of this that they're trying to take. I was going to completely disagree with Multi on the editing, like that he thinks that a lot of the scenes were superfluous or they needed to be tightened up. I didn't realize that you watched the longer version. That was awesome of you to figure that out, Parker. I wish I had kind of thought of that. When he kept mentioning the French, I was like, I don't remember that scene. Like, which one? I only watched Redo like once. So, yeah, maybe I should rewatch that. Maybe I would think that one should be tightened up. But just, I don't know, the tension that it builds, like the entire time where you know it's going to lead to where it ends. But I don't know. This really has a way of building the tension in a great way. And then, it's got a bunch of different iconic scenes that I can't unsee. Like I'm imagining, Martin Sheen just like attacking the mirror, and apparently the blood in that scene is all real. He was really punching the mirror and really cut his fist. I don't know. I see a man spiraling in that. I can definitely see where maybe his kid got some of the crazy from him. It seems authentic in that scene, and that's what I get out of most of the performances in this. They just seem so authentic. I don't know. I absolutely love this film. I had a completely different experience than Multi has had, but I know the first time I watched it, it was rather disturbing. It definitely kind of stuck with me for a few days. You might want to give it another try in the near future, Multi, but definitely don't do the Redo version. When you're not worried about like the plot or whatever, you can really get into some of these performances. You can see that there's a reason why this is on everyone's like top 50 list. But yeah, give it another try, Multi.
So now it's time for the grade. Again, my enjoyment was a 3, but as a critique, I do think it's better than what I gave critic for, and I will give 6.5 out of 10 as a critique. What about you, Gray?
I am thoroughly disappointed with you, but yeah, my grade would probably be a 9 out of 10. There might be a little bit that you could change in it. One thing would be my casting. I would not put Marlon Brando in that character, but that being said, his acting is great at it. There's just little things that could be improved, but man, this film stands the test of time and is just as powerful now.
I mean,
as
even with like Marlon
it.
Brando there, though, I mean, still his take on it was still amazing. Like, even if it should have been different from like what they were adapting. So, kind of similar to I guess a film we'll talk about later, Iron Claw. There were a few things they kind of changed, which still kind of worked with the story they wanted to tell, but wasn't true. But okay.
The toxic masculinity part.
Wait, what part? I don't know what you mean.
I think he's talking about Iron Claw, not this one, because this movie, it was not toxic at all. It was just pure masculine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think there's a couple things that could have been improved in this. It's not a perfect movie, but considering the hell that they went through shooting this, I really think this is as close to perfect as you could get. I don't think he should have added that extra 30 minutes back, but hey, whatever.
Okay, Cole, what would be your grade out of 10?
It's either a 9.5 or a 10. I mean, probably a 10 for me. Wasn't my favorite film of the year, though. I did even though I really love this film, there were ones this year that I think were just better. It was a pretty good year for films. I don't know how many you've seen, Gray, but I would say Stalker and All That Jazz was probably better.
We are still into Apocalypse Now right now.
Well, yeah, oh yeah, I know.
Okay. Parker,
You're just
what
not
would
familiar
be-
with those because those are older films. Multi.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
It's
just
okay.
you're just comparing it to other older
oh,
films
okay.
in that year.
Oh, okay. I thought you mixed up things and you mentioned something that was this year, and I was like, it was this year? We didn't see it.
the year of 1979, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Now it's clear. Now it's
Yeah, I believe that's also the year where the first Star Trek movie came out, which was bad, but you know.
Parker, what would be your grade of Apocalypse Now?
I'd I'd have to give it a 10. I think I think it's just one of those transcendental type films. Even the even the things that I don't like about the film, I could get over it because I think the story that it's telling and just the the whole the entire vibe that I got as I was watching it was just captivating. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I couldn't pause. I had to see what happened, and it was just I loved it. And the whole one thing that my dad kept telling me before I went to go watch it was just wait till Colonel Kurtz shows up. And I know, Gray, that you weren't really a fan of Brando's performance as Kurt, but I loved it. I thought he added a dimension to a character that I wasn't sure what to expect the character to look like, and I thought his take on him was very almost otherworldly and
Yeah,
almost
and
as
you didn't
if
know what he would do. It's like he's not from Earth.
yeah, it's like you didn't know what to expect. It was almost as if everything was beneath him, and a little creepy in the sense of just making me feel uneasy. And it's just there's a lot about Apocalypse Now that has made me feel something, and I don't know what that something is, but for a film to make me feel like a feeling like to the extent that Apocalypse Now has had, it's just I don't know. It's just something very special, and I've never seen anything like it. I don't think I ever will see anything like it for a very long time. One of my favorites.
Interesting. So next topic is the Iron Claw. I am sorry about that.
Gesundheit. And how dare you?
So I will let Parker go first on that one. What did you think of the Iron Claw?
So when my friends asked me to watch this in theaters with them, I almost just flat out said absolutely not, because I am not very interested in wrestling. They are very interested in wrestling. The only wrestling adjacent film I could think of that I'd ever seen before this was The Wrestler.
Yeah,
And
that was a good one.
and when I saw the trailer for this, I was thinking, oh, this is just going to be some run of the mill bullshit type of hyper masculine fucking showboat wrestling, where it's going to be one of those things where it's like brothers stick together, brothers fucking, brothers above everything, or
It's all about
they'll
family.
Men don't
they'll
cry.
get over they'll get over whatever challenges get by them because they're brothers and they stick together and whatever. And I was expecting something really cheesy and stupid and dumb like that.
Yeah. Well, hey, you can prank your family and say, yeah, it's just a nice heartwarming tale. A nice family and brothers.
Yeah, and then I actually watched it, and I I was not prepared for the amount of pain and suffering that Kevin Von Erich went through, watching the rest of his brothers and his family essentially die. A lot of it due to their own making, and it was a very soul crushing film that I was not expecting at all. I thought it was a pretty good film. I thought the pacing was fine. There were some things I didn't really like about it, but that's just personal preference. But I think this is a film that shows that I think this is Zac Efron's coming out film in the sense of this guy could be a legit actor.
Yeah, and
wherever
he's
is.
shown it before. He just had a shitty agent who kept casting him in films to show off like his physique and stuff. Like he's shown it before and stuff, like slight moments in like Neighbors or whatever it was called, and other films, and Gold, I believe, was another one of them. I mean, he's had bad acting moments like the Ted Bundy film, but he's shown it before. Agent.
I mean, so I actually kind of liked him in the Ted Bundy film because, like just for the fact that, you know, Ted Bundy was supposed to be this like handsome dude who seduced all these women.
Yeah, I just thought he did a bad job.
I think they leaned a bit too much in making him a pretty guy in the film, but I do think it made sense, and I thought he was pretty good in that film. I thought he was the only good thing about that film. I thought the rest of it was absolute shit.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, really, he's always had potential like this. But yeah, just never really was given it. But he probably got new agents by now, so that's good to know. And it's the same thing I would say with Shannon Tatum. He's had great acting moments, especially in Foxcatcher. But same deal, they keep just casting him in shit in like meme roles or for his physique.
This is sad. Being casted because of your physique.
Yeah, they want to like take advantage of it. Like, hey, you're this, new actor. You did like a bunch of films like High School Musical. All the teen girls like you for like your physique and shit. So let's just like cast you in like funny shit like Baywatch and Neighbors and Greatest Showman, where you kind of just like look attractive on screen and everybody buys tickets and stuff. They basically did that instead of him being able to like actually show off his acting chops.
This is sad, man. Wasted potential.
Yeah, that's also what happened with Robert Pattinson with Twilight, but then he moved away from it and he went down this road, and now he's one of the best actors. So, yeah.
So do you want to add more, Parker?
Yeah. So I thought Zach was extraordinary in this. I also really liked Jeremy Allen White as Kerry Von Erich, and I thought his sort of spiral from being a guy who was selected to be on the U.S. Olympic team to being a what's the word? Paraplegic? No, is that the right? Being
I think so.
Being a paraplegic, painkiller drug addict. Just watching his descent. A lot of it due to the urging of his father, who I just want to say that the guy who played the dad, the guy who played Fritz. Holy fuck, did I hate that guy throughout the film? But like, I hated him because I just despised him as a character.
Oh yeah, he reminded me of my dad.
Whoever played him, like, very, very good job in making him one of the most unlikable people I have ever seen.
Yeah, I really hated him, and because he reminded him of my dad, honestly.
like fuck that guy. Like everything bad that's happened to his family is because of you and your imposter syndrome.
Mm-hmm. yeah, and just forcing shit like that, and it's kind of like honestly, it reminds me, not to interrupt you, sorry, but it reminds me of like this one game I played, What Remains of Edith Finch, where it's kind of a similar thing, like family curse stuff and a bunch of deaths, and it all starts because like the grandmother or great grandmother is just so obsessed with like this idea of a family curse where she almost like causes all of it. And just a theory in the game, but still, that's basically like what it presents. And this is kind of the case in like this fucking movie in the real life thing. It's like having this idea over, and then the way he just treats everyone. It's like he fucking caused all of it.
Since you hated that guy, is it because you hated because you thought it was poorly written, or because it was a well-written character?
Well written, probably.
Well-written character actor. I thought like if we're trying to make the completely irredeemably unlikable father figure who's trying to push his sons into something that maybe they don't truly want to do, but just purely because he wants to see that success for himself.
That's him.
And it's also because, and I didn't even realize this until one of my friends pointed it out, like when we were leaving the movie. But the part where this near the end of the film, when Kevin, when Zac Efron's character confronts him about with when he was going through the logbook for like the money
and the money.
how it's like it's implied that the dad was stealing from the sons with his wrestling federation. And I'm like,
Really?
wow, fuck this guy.
You don't remember that scene? It was when they were watching on the TV with the kids, and he was just like, I went through the paperwork there, the logs. I got paid way less than I should have than what it says. And he's just like, you think there isn't a cause for living under my roof? All right, shut up.
It's
You're
like,
right.
it's
I
like, how
remember
dare
that.
you accuse me of such a thing? You should be grateful I got you into this, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and gotta say relatable, but yeah.
And then he's like, oh, if you sell the Federation, you're not welcome under this roof anymore.
Yeah, by the end of it, obviously, he doesn't give a shit.
Like, because the rest of his sons are dead at that point, Zac Efron's character is not going to visit him anymore, and he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's just sitting in an empty house with his wife who won't even speak to him.
Yeah,
anymore.
she takes a stand.
There's your bed of shit, bro. Go lay in it. Fuck you.
Yeah, yes,
Fuck
and
you.
it's like
you
earned all this. It's like she refused to do anything throughout the film because it's like she was like scared or something. But at that point, it's like he was just like 60 on his last legs and just like broken. So then she's just like, yeah, I was not willing to take his shit. Like, yeah, I'm not cooking anything. It's like, and then I believe in like the real life, he dies like 4 years later or something from like cancer, I believe it was.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, fuck you. You can make your own sandwich. He's gonna go paint, man.
That is probably one of my favorite moments when the mother is like, I don't give a crap.
But yeah, to sum up my thoughts is I walked into this film expecting to completely despise it. But a lot of that's because of my own ignorance, because I wasn't aware at all of the Von Erich story. And I walked out of it finding that I really enjoyed it a lot, and I thought it was a very good film. I don't want to say it was a surprisingly good film, because I feel like for folks who are really into wrestling, they knew what they were getting into. But for me, it was surprisingly good because, I was expecting one of those Hollywood type stupid, like, sports type of stories.
Yeah, and to be fair, though, on the surface, it does kind of feel that way, like just like a typical like family drama, and like with like the same sort of like messages and like things and scenes it goes through. A lot of like, it feels like generic on the surface and like on paper, which is kind of a trend with like this director's films like The Nest, but then they end up being better than expected.
I'm with both of you on that. Do you want to add more, Parker?
Nope, that's it. I liked it. It's a good film.
Yeah.
So I will start by saying, when I've seen it in the lineup, I was like, oh, I heard about that movie, but I don't know what's that movie. So, you know what? Maybe it will be a fun movie. Maybe it will be a good movie. So I click on the website. I find a movie. I read through the synopsis of the movie right underneath it. And I'm like, oh my, I will hate this shit. But then things get started. I actually liked it a lot. I was surprised it was like that. The music was great. The acting was on point. The characters, you truly felt like they were actual characters, like actual persons, actual like people. And this was endearing. And usually, like a father figure like that, that's kind of one-dimensional. I usually don't like this, but in this movie, it had some kind of purpose and it was well written, and it felt like he was a human and not a cartoonish one-dimensional father. It was really like
Mhm.
I could see some father being like that. Lucky me, my father wasn't like that. He had other issues, but um, I could see some fathers being like that. I could see it. That's why I was like, you know what? Even if he doesn't have that much depth, he is realistic. He is grounded. He is well made. Now the mother is also very entertaining, and the parents dynamic. Like early in the movie, one of the kids is like, "Mom, I think one of my brothers doesn't feel right," and then the mother is like, "Oh, go talk to your father." I was like, man, that's cold, but I could see that kind of stuff happening in real families.
She doesn't say talk to your father. She says work it out with your brother.
uh,
Yeah,
with
she
your,
does.
oh,
She
maybe,
does. You need to work it out with each other, your brothers.
maybe, yeah, I misunderstood that part, but that's still kind of cold because like he's coming at you because maybe he has an issue, maybe he's not well, and you just tell him go deal with that yourself. And later in the movie, like the same goes for when the brother calls and he's like in distress and all, and the brother is like, "Dad, you need to do something," and the dad didn't do much. And then when he comes, the brother just eat a bullet. Man, that was sad, and I kind of see it. I had seen it coming. Um, but yeah, this movie has just a lot going on for it, and it's a well written drama. And again, the music, I liked it. Um, the interview with the kids were entertaining, and the girlfriend and the relationship between the girlfriend and the guy, it was good. I liked it. The new the girlfriend that basically becomes the mother of the kids and stuff. I like that aspect a lot, and I'm not always into relationship and stuff, but I really felt like these two characters had the connection because it was well made and well directed. Um, and I also liked how um, dealing with tragedy in all of the wrong way is shown throughout this movie. Like, I also liked uh, that message they had against toxic masculinity because they're like, yeah, you can cry if you feel like you need to cry. Like, one of the most emotional moment is at the very end when the father have that cry of like sadness that turns into happiness because he realizes his kids are like his redemption in quotes. That was so endearing, and I felt like that moment would be less impressive if they didn't address toxic masculinity throughout the movie. So yeah, like that team is just well handled. um it also shows a lot of growth within the main character, and when he worked out of the family business and stuff, and when he tried to be a man of his own, to be with his family and not deal with that kind of trauma that the family brings. I liked it so much. And again, I cared about that relationship they had because I was like, she's actually a good girl. Like, he wasn't present for her, but she understood and she stood there. It's rare. And that kind of relationship is the kind of relationship anyone should strive to get. Like, being with someone that understands you, um, that's just wow. I like it. And the fact that he he changed his life around the girlfriend because he valued that girlfriend a lot was great. And seeing every brother dying after another one was so sad. So yeah, I felt a lot of things watching this. I like this movie a lot, and I have no issue whatsoever. I don't have much more to say there.
That's good to
Uh,
hear.
Cole, what did you think of the Iron Claw?
Yeah, I like this movie quite a lot, and I will just say this is probably one of the more snubbed films at the Oscars this year. This and All of Us Strangers, but I will say it for once, rarely, like the 1% of the time, I would say it wasn't actually much of the Oscars' fault. It was because with this movie, A24 just didn't really promote it or push it, and they released it like near the end of the year. So sadly, a lot of people didn't see it in time. With the other one though, and that the other one almost got nominated, but then fucking Barbie got switched to adapted screenplay for whatever reason. Even
Are
though,
you kidding me?
yeah, see, like even though it was
What?
Adapted
like,
from
even,
what?
Yeah, I don't
What?
understand why.
From
It was like
Toy. It was awesome.
yes, it's like it was adapted from the toy brand, sure, but it was its original story, so why didn't it stay an original? But anyway, and that basically like pushed out both Killers of the Flower Moon and All the Strangers from getting in, so that was great. But and then it also made fucking
Disgusting.
Mike.
Ball
Yeah,
movies
then it,
are so much better than Barbie. I'm sorry, Gray,
yes, but then it also made Maestro get an original screenplay, so that's even worse.
what?
Yeah, I can't say I'm behind that one, but Barbie's best.
Yeah.
That's
But yeah,
disgusting. What's going on?
I
with
think
this
there was just
shit?
too many good films that came out last year. Honestly,
yeah,
That's no
sadly.
reason to place Barbie over like two masterpieces. Well, not
Yeah.
masterpiece, but two great movies.
Yeah, I don't know, but
That's
anyway,
so
I
unfair.
really,
Life is
I
unfair.
really enjoyed this film though. Again, the cast is just fantastic in this. Zac Efron, amazing in this, should have been nominated. Jeremy Allen White, fantastic supporting performance. If you haven't seen his work before, again, he got a lot of fame for The Bear recently, that show. If you haven't seen that yet.
He goes through so much in Shameless too.
Yeah, that too. So yeah, I mean, if you ever have time to watch it in the future, multi or for this stream, like down the line, like in 2025 or something, then I would recommend The Bear. And then also Harris Dickinson, who played the first brother who passed away, and if you remember him, he was the main character in Triangle of Sadness.
Oh, really? I didn't connect that. That's crazy. So
Yeah.
I will give credit where credit is due. That actor is actually amazing because it wasn't my favorite movie, and I didn't really connect the dots.
Yeah, and I will just say though, there was
Wow.
there's two little unfortunate things they decided to do with this film. Number one, I will say there was a fake brother they had. Like when so many of their brothers died, they still had like the main character in real life, Kevin Von Erich, and tag team stuff. But then they needed extra ones because so many were dying. So what they did is they brought in a different wrestler and named him like part of the family, Lance Von Erich, but he wasn't actually like a real brother of theirs. And that happened in real life. I believe he was depicted like in the scene where it's like they were having a tag team match, and Zac Efron's character was like trying to tag him, but then he just like refused and just won the match on his own. So there was like no chemistry there. He had
And the shitty part about that is he was famous in Texas, and that's where they wrestled, the Lance Von Erich. So it's like the crowd knew. It was a shitty like trying to pull the wool.
Yes, but not yes. And that's the sad thing though in this film is he had more scenes. And he was also played by an actual wrestler in real life who's pretty famous right now in AEW, which is the rival company of WWE. Maxwell Jacob Freeman, MJF. They cut out like pretty much all of his scenes, sadly, because they said they wanted to focus on the brothers, and it's like sure, but he was a part of it. You could have left it in. And then the second thing is so they depicted like 4 brothers or so, and then the father. So what you might not realize though is that there was a 5th. And,
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
And let me just pull this up for you. Screen share. Yeah, this was the other one. You can see, basically grew up there. He had severe health problems that limited his success as a wrestler, and asthma. His bones were so brittle from taking this that it would often break while performing simple wrestling maneuvers. After the suicide of his brother Mike, which was pretty sure the one who like had brain damage from the surgery and everything, and like their youngest one,
the musician,
to experience depression and drug issues. Yes, his inability to make headways as a wrestler due to his physical build. And this could have been a scene in the film here. He was found by his brother Kevin, mother outside of their family farm. Yeah, suffering from inflicted gunshot wound. According to Kevin, Chris came to him in the middle of the night, and with he was basically like saying his thoughts about committing suicide. It revealed his suicidal tendencies, and then Kevin basically pleaded with him not to harm himself. So then Chris reassured him he wouldn't. But then after Kevin left, he shot himself in the head. And yeah, he died at 21. However, they did not have him in the film. And I looked up why. Well, for some reason, they didn't have Chris in the film, who was like, all of them had an essential part and in real life and a tragic end. He said, like, if they had one more death in this film, it would have risked even being made, because there was would have been so much repetitive tragedy. And it's like, okay, sure, but it's like, still, you fucking took out like one of them, like, really? It's like,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think it's to appease the multis who are saying like there's too many characters, and then it's very similar to what's his name, Mike Von Erich's story.
Yeah, it's like what they could have done is just
similar
had them
to
kind
the other brother.
yeah,
that
like what
ended his
they
life
could have
by the end.
yeah, what they could have done though is this: just have them kind of like both going through their struggles and then their suicides at like the same exact time. Then that could have fixed it, because not having that and playing out is just like really a letdown. Like, that's a shame. And also, before I saw this film, I was making jokes on streams like it will blow you away because he shot himself in the head. And then after I see it, I'm like, God damn it, my joke doesn't work out because I didn't have him in the film. Fuck's sake.
But
they did it just to take that joke away from you.
One of them blew himself up anyway, so I guess they didn't want to
Yeah.
repeat the same
Yeah, it will
thing.
break your heart. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, so that was unfortunate. But anyhow, I really loved this film. Now, I would say if I had like any issues with this film, it would be two issues. Number one, the whole beginning and when it was in black and white, I didn't really like the cinematography there. There was some sketchy edit in there. I didn't like the performances as much there, and from like the wife, it was a little and with the cutaways and stuff like that. I think that whole just beginning could have been done better. All right, and then my second issue and my only one. Well, I wouldn't even really call these as much of issues, just weaknesses more. I definitely feel like they could have gotten someone much better to depict Ric Flair. Like they
it was a
weakness.
You spoke correctly the first time. Ric Flair in this is a weakness.
Yeah, it's like yeah, like they depicted Bruiser Brody and that as well, and I forgot the one guy who had the title at the beginning, what his name was, but like, God, do you remember what his name was?
Harley Race.
Yes, Harley Race. Like, yeah, they depicted him very well there, but Ric Flair, like, I understand it was earlier in his career, so maybe he didn't like have as exaggerated his movements at the time.
No, he did. It's a legendary promo that he cut. Like, they could have gone to the archival footage of it. Like, that is unhinged, like amazing, over the top Ric
yeah,
Flair. Like,
well, yeah, the guy just. Yeah, whatever. The guy just did a poor job with depicting Ric Flair, and it's insane because there are so many good people who can do Ric Flair's impression. And it's like you can find a homeless guy out back. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that would cause some controversy, but yeah, at least they depicted his character well in the film, where he's just an alcoholic and sex fiend, because that's pretty realistic. But yeah, so that would be my only other issue, though, really, or weakness with this film. The rest of it I did enjoy. I can understand if other people don't like it as much, and especially like again, on the surface it does, like, it's more basic and everything, like, sure, and it's like mellow. I can understand if people might find it melodramatic, and especially if you're like already a wrestling fan and you are like heavily into this stuff and you kind of like pick apart all this stuff like I do, which I kind of had to like hold myself back from doing a bit, because at the end of the day, it's fine to change up things in history, kind of like they did with The Social Network, to tell its story in the film. But I just think the execution of it is amazing. Like, the cinematography, it gives the perfect look of just like those old footage of like the regional wrestling things and everything, and the costume design is just on point, and the relationship and writing is on point. This really should have gotten like an original screenplay nom over fucking Maestro at least. Makeup and hairstyling on point. Again, acting's on point. Filmmaking is just on point. I really love the score and the matches and everything. Editing had some mixed moments, but overall it was still very good. Yeah, just a film I really like a lot, and I think just depicts it really well, and with the story and the execution, especially the whole like kind of heaven sequence there that they depicted really well, and especially a lot of the notes that they're written down that was depicted well too. Yeah, I just really love this film overall. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's like top 10 of the year for me, but I would say it's like top 20.
I think it's a bit sad for me, but it's like in the middle of all of the good movies I liked, because I feel like there are other movies I just like more, but I still enjoyed that. Dre, what about you? What did you think of the Iron Claw?
Well, I'm gonna basically repeat a lot of the awesome stuff that Parker and Cole said. So I knew two things going into this. Actually, there were two positives that I knew of going into this. That's Jeremy Allen White was in it, and Holt McCauley, who plays Fritz, the father. I like both of those actors, but I absolutely hate Zac Efron. Like everything I've ever seen him in, I just wanted to punch the dude. I don't know why. I know that's a me problem.
You should see his film Gold. He was pretty good in that too.
Damn. Well, I hadn't wanted to prior to this film. The only other thing that I knew about it is, the rumors that Efron took like a shitload of roids to get into this shape, and then it may have affected his jaw, or he may have surgically changed his jaw. Either way, that's the only crap that I knew about this going in. Unfortunately, the Von Erichs were a little bit before my time with wrestling. Like I kind of knew like the Attitude or Raw era. So I don't know. They'd all kind of been out of the league for a while by that point. So I really didn't know much about this story. I'd kind of heard rumors that there's this curse that followed the family, and that's about it. So going into this, I thought like there is no chance I'm going to like this. There's I don't know, 10 biopics from last year, and I hated basically all of them. Nothing about this was saying that I was going to like this, and I don't know. This might be my favorite film of last year. It might be just under The Holdovers for me. It might actually be number 2, but this is on my top 3 for sure. There's so many like just amazing things about this, and there's so many shots of this that I'm just going to remember. So I watched this when it first came out, and I didn't know if we were going to cover it or anything like that. And then I finally got to watch it again just a few nights ago. Man, there's so much that I missed in it the first time. Just there's so much subtlety in this. It really is the show don't tell. And if you're not actually like picking up on what they're showing, you just miss a whole lot of backstory going on and a whole lot of things that are like alluded to. Yeah, damn, this is a powerful film. I really thought it was going to be all about the wrestling. I had just heard of like his physique, and then this wrestling family is cursed. So, and it's A24, so I usually hate A24. Just everything that it had going for it was against me liking it. But in spite of all that, like this is an amazing film. So first, I love every actor that's in there. The mother and father, Holt McCauley and Maura Tierney, just amazing performances. I loved the beginning part of it. It just shows you what kind of guy this is. I understand what you're saying about the black and white footage, and I think it's just to set you in the mind state of where they're at, and then just that quick action of while you were in the crowd while I was doing that, I made this deal. I sold all our possessions. I bought this car that we can't afford. We're in a bunch of debt now. I got to look the part. Just I don't know, that sets up who this Holt McCauley character is, and then you see the kids and you see how much they're looking up to him. It just sets up everything. So I don't know, I wouldn't change any of that black and white stuff or the intro to the mother and father, but I can understand if you're thinking it could be edited tighter. I could probably get behind that, but man, there's just so much going on with this.
I mean, the issue though is like people like Florence Pugh for certain films like Wrestling with My Family, whatever it was called, like they trained a bit with like wrestling beforehand and make you work and stuff. I don't know how much they did for this film though, so that might be why like some of the editing was a little mixed up moments. They're trying to hide some of the imperfections.
They didn't do a lot because they weren't trying to show it, but I know Jeremy Allen White was specifically practicing a few of those Texas tornado moves and like the now I forget what it's called, but it's like kind of the barrel roll pin that he does. There's some really cool stuff that they were able to do with this ring in particular.
Mhm.
Like when the Rush music kicks in, and then you see them like in unison throw off their jackets, slide into the ring, and just start going. Like, I don't know, man. That shot's gonna stick with me. Some of the ways that they depicted the wrestling in this are better than a lot of the other wrestling films that are actually like focusing on wrestling. Like wrestling is totally a side story in this. Like they're not focusing on it, but they are, definitely focusing on their attitudes,
Yeah.
their passion for this. But man, some of those moves that they do get, I don't know, they're filmed very well.
Yeah.
I really like the depiction of it, and the use of slow-mo in some of those is way better than anything Zack Snyder has ever done.
Yeah, this is how you do slow motion properly. Yeah, and also I will just say though, not to interrupt you, sorry, but I will say, for people who aren't as knowledgeable on like the wrestling back then and today, this does actually give kind of a good history lesson too. Like there were like a lot of regional promotions, and like NWA was like the top one at one point, I believe, in like that region. And this is like how it was back then. And they would also go to Japan, like countries like Japan and South America or Central American like countries to like wrestle, which is what then the Bruiser Brody incident happened. But but they usually go to like Japan a lot though to then like get more fame because they really respect wrestling there. But then what they showed at the end of the film though is kind of like where then it went and how it is today is then they talked WWF popped up, which is where Kerry then went and won that IC title. They said, which is now called WWE, and they popped up and came the big dog. And then what they did is, like at the end of the film, bought out all the regional promotions and then basically like killed off wrestling, where they're the only big one around. But then other competition later on with like billionaires tried popping up, like ECW and WCW, but then Vince McMahon would eventually buy them out again. And he basically killed off fucking wrestling like that. Although there's still some competition nowadays outside of the indie. It's mainly just like New Japan Pro Wrestling and now AEW left though. But yeah, that's basically a good history lesson though of like how it was and now and how it went and how it is today as well.
Yeah, I mean, like it was a huge match. Like David Von Erich was going to go against Ric Flair there. They did kind of change like some of the timelines for some of the stuff in this. It seems to make sense.
Yeah, they
and then
did.
They had to take out now
Chris.
I'm blanking on his name. Thank you, Chris. I wanted to call him David and was like, no, no. Yes, Chris. So they had to take out Chris, and they actually took out like a lot more deaths. The curse wasn't just the ones who were in there. There's also a few of their children's deaths. So like grandkids of Fritz also got this. There's some real tragedy that like followed that whole family. They thought that it would be, way too much to add to this. It even goes to the point where Fritz actually held a gun on Kevin and basically tried to get him to kill himself, get him to do what his brothers did. It's just a little bit too dark for this tale. There's a few other things that just I don't know if they would work for a movie. Where if you put them in there, it's just going to sound too dark.
Yeah,
it's not going to sound.
I mean, what I will say is that if you want to see more of like what this film didn't add, I would recommend the episode of Dark Side of the Ring on this, and in fact, I would like recommend watching that show in general for anybody. It just covers a lot of stories throughout like wrestling history that I think are important to look on, especially certain episodes with some of the other figures they had in this, like Bruiser Brody and such. But yeah, just a fantastic like show there Vice made on it, and it kind of highlights the things they didn't add in that. But again, I agree with you, would have been too much, but like I can understand just like also like in the past deaths, kind of like with their other younger children just being like more in like talk instead of showing it. But they could have at least added Chris if they were going to just cover the brothers. They could at least just added all the brothers there.
For sure. And sadly, Chris with the addiction, it kind of, mirrors both what Carrie and what Mike kind of went through. And then the death is kind of Carrie's, but also kind of Mike's. He was also on substances when he shot himself. I don't know. It's kind of like it fits the other ones. I can understand why they took it out, but yeah, it is kind of sad to, just completely omit a brother, especially when it goes to show even more of like what this household was like, what the father's expectations, and is the curse really this name, or is it the curse of, the father's expectation and domineering, unceasing vision of we need to have a wrestling champion in this family? I don't know. It is strange. It would both support that, but at the same time, I don't know. Would it be believable, and would they be able to get funding with this thing? That's just, I don't know. I'd like to think they could have done it, but as it is, I've heard some people complain that we don't get to know each one of the characters, that they're all one-dimensional. I really don't see that. There's so much subtlety in every single performance. I feel like I really get to know Kevin Von Erich. I feel like I really got to know Carrie Von Erich. And then I'll circle back to the Carrie. Even with David Von Erich, like how much he wants to keep going, how he's puking blood, and yet that doesn't phase him. Like, he's fine. I feel like you do get to know these characters. Maura Tierney. I feel like the mother, you really do get to see that she just thinks religion is the only answer to this, and it's not her place to step into any of this. I don't know. And I really feel like I know the father, and he's not one-dimensional. There's so many messed up dimensions to him. I don't know. Like, I feel like with some of the dialogue, it could come off like a caricature, like, hey, my favorite one of you could change, I don't know. That doesn't seem like dialogue that you'd normally give your kids. It could come off super fake.
Yeah, like all that dialogue and
Really.
all like the story elements and character, just on paper again comes off as like the most melodramatic thing ever, like on paper. But it's the execution that just kills it, makes it incredible.
For sure.
The acting as well. I think it's very believable because it's something. I'm not saying a lot of father are, but I think it's something possible for some father, like especially in that time zone, like in history and stuff. So yeah, it's possible. It's not a comedy or something like that. I will let you go on.
And there's such subtlety too, like when they're putting in fence posts and stuff, and the father comes up. So Carrie's come back from the Olympics that were canceled, and they really could have made like a huge deal about that too. It kind of seems like that's somewhat throwaway, like you just kind of hear it through exposition on the news, and then he's coming back. But once he's back, the father basically says like, yeah, well, my dream of being in the NFL was also taken away from me, so now it's your turn to wrestle. And I don't know, just their reaction to what their father says versus like a few moments later when he walks away, and then you can see them all like laugh with each other. I don't know. It's just like the little things like that. I thought the performance in this was amazing. Again, sorry, circling back to Carrie Von Erich. There's more tragedy even with that. Like, they skip over a ton of it from when he actually gets in the accident till when he actually has the amputation.
Yeah, they really did.
Way too early and completely broke his leg in the ring because of that. And that's why he had to get it amputated. Like, there is more tragedy in every part of this story.
And he tried his best to just like hide it. There was like early footage that caught him out of the hospital with it, but not many people know he was hiding it the whole time. And when he was in WWF, like, it was pretty insane.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's so much tragedy that they had to take out of every part of this to make it kind of a believable story, which is kind of the sad thing. But I don't know. I love every one of the performances in this. There's so much visually that's stuck with me. Again, musically, I really like all their choices that they did. Even when they're, showing Mike's band, that seemed pretty damn believable. It seemed pretty real. I would see that as music that he would have been able to play. And then when it goes to after he's come out of surgery, deprived or had a fever of 107 for a few hours, I think it was, in reality, it was like over a day. So he should have had a pretty cooked brain. But when he comes out and he's not able to play anymore, I just thought even that performance, that seemed very much to me like somebody who is very much struggling to actually hit any sort of chord on the guitar, very much like someone relearning it. There's just subtleties in like the sound in this. I don't know. I just can't say enough about this film. It's really affected me more than like any other film last year. And on paper, everything about it is like, I should hate this thing. Like, this is going to be cheesy. This is just, there's no way this is going to be good. And yeah, it completely surprised me.
Yeah, and I'm glad it was. And I hope more wrestling stories like this are told in feature films like this and are done well like this, because there are so many like insane things. Even if you guys aren't as into like wrestling, like the stories like this, but throughout the years, it's easily the most insane ever for like any industry, not just like sports or like any athletic stuff. Like, it's pretty insane. And a lot of them I've had ideas for of actually writing screenplays of, but sadly, I guess they're doing all of them already now. So as long as they're done right, though, and it's okay.
And I kind of forgot to mention something I deem important, and I consider important. I did tear up at the end of the movie because it was sad that final realization.
Man can't cry, bro. What are you doing?
I'm a medic, therefore I cannot cry. But yeah, that was a sad movie that I liked. I'm wondering if you'd like to add anything else more, any of you?
It's okay to cry at movies, Multi.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
anyhow, I give this movie a 10 out of 10. Right in the middle of all of the 10s I gave. Because I do think the killer, the other car movie, I forgot the name. Forza?
Wait, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes?
No.
Yeah, no, Gran Turismo.
Yeah, exactly. I mixed up things. Yeah, and Red Rooms. I like these three more than this. So maybe it's actually like fourth this year, I'd say.
Yeah, well, you better get that top 10 ready. And also, you can do more than it. You can do as many honorable mentions as you want. Like, Parker will send in his, and he's actually going to have like 40. Well, actually, it's not going to be for this year, but it's, as I said, if people haven't seen enough this year, they can do an old-time one. He's did enough for a top 5. Yeah, he did enough for a top 5 best and worst that'll send in, but he's also doing like favorites of all time, and yeah, he has like 40 honorable mentions that'll just go quickly. So yeah, you can do as many as you want. I
love movies. What can I say?
That's great. So what would be your grade, Parker, for
8 out of 10? Easy. It's so good. It's so good. And again, I cannot say this enough. I was blown away. Like this was not what I expected going in, and sometimes it's nice to go into a film and not really knowing what and having like your expectations subverted. Because if you watch the trailer for it, it was very. I feel like they did it like that on purpose because it was a very cheesy trailer. So so like walking into it again, I thought it was gonna be trash.
It's pretty funny good there, but I will say that is an issue though, that whether it helped the film or not with like people who didn't know what to expect or didn't know the Von Erich story beforehand, which I did. A24 is really bad at that, sadly. Like, again, great studio to me, have made a lot of great films, have had some flops, but they are horrible with promoting their films and making like posters and trailers for them. Like the poster and like trailers and stuff they made for The Whale is basically the whole reason why it's so polarizing with some people today right now and think that it was just Oscar bait for Brendan Fraser because they didn't actually fucking watch the film or they saw all of that beforehand, and it was horrible and made it look terrible. It was sort of like when everybody didn't see Marriage Story yet, but they just saw one out of context scene of like Adam Driver punching the wall hilariously looking out of context, so then they just called it Oscar bait and a stupid film and performance, even though they didn't watch it. And yeah, A24 has that fucking issue. So that's why I would just stay away from like almost every A24 trailer and stuff they release. Also, a lot of them also just spoil films like Lamb. So
Cole, what would be your grade out of 10 for
8.5.
Okay, and what about you, Gray?
10 out of 10, and I'm basically echoing everything that Parker said. I just did not expect this. I don't know what I was expecting. It definitely subverted the I don't know. I guess I just heard Zac Efron, so I thought it was going to be like every other Zac Efron thing. But no, this was amazing, and it blew me away. And on paper, there's no reason why I should like this. But yeah, everything about it is amazing. Just great performances all around. 10 out of 10 for me.
I feel you, man. So, with that being said, Parker, what did you think of Thor and Nausicaa quickly? So, what were your thoughts starting with Thor?
Thor, I feel like it's not as bad as people say it is. However, it's still not a good film. Um, I have a big issue with the overuse of the Dutch angle shots. I don't like having to crank my head at 45 degrees for like half the movie. I feel like that was a little bit overdone. Interesting.
Supposedly that was like turning the page in the comic. I don't know. It was a stylistic choice with a Dutch angle, but yeah.
I didn't like it. There's kind of like I don't feel like that works in a film medium, and like I don't know. It just it just sort of gave me a headache each time I saw it. I liked Asgard. I liked the whole Asgard plot. I didn't really like Earth very much. I thought a lot of the characters on Earth were pretty. I didn't give a fuck about any of them, honestly. Aside from Hawkeye, it was pretty cool to see Hawkeye show up. And I think that was actually the first time he showed up.
Yeah.
In the MCU, but it's
Yeah.
like we're also like I don't even think he's introduced. I think he just shows up. And it's just like, oh, he has a bow. That's Hawkeye. Okay, cool. And then he just doesn't show up for the rest of the movie. And it's like, all right.
Cool. Cameos.
But yeah, 4 out of 10. That's why we give Thor real quick. I didn't think it was really great, but like it's not the train wreck that people say it is. I think there's a lot of cool things and good stuff in the movie aside from his bleached eyebrows. I thought that was a little weird, but sometimes with like when you're trying to do like this type of big universe thing, I get it's okay to kind of like really nail it like afterwards, just as long as you like just put in the attempt to put something like this together. Nausicaä, the Valley of the Wind. We could be here all day. So this is one of my favorite anime of all time. It's based off of the manga, which I think's a lot better. Only
Yeah,
because
different ending.
it fleshes out the entire story. But I feel with that being said, I think the film does a good job of telling its like the story that it tells. I think is still a story. I'm always intrigued with post-apocalyptic type films. And again, that one's one where it's like nature's reclaimed Earth after this 7-day war where they fucking nuke the world pretty much with these giant these giant fucking I forget what they're called, but like the giant machine things that just sort of turn the Earth into a wasteland. And I really liked the art style. I thought the colors were very vibrant. I especially think for its time, because it's 1985, 80, or no, it's like
84, but yeah.
84. I was close. Damn it. That's what I get for not having my notes on me. But I think for its time, it looks really good, and it tells a very unique story. But I also think it kind of fits in. Like you see a lot of themes that are in Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind, that show up in some of his later work. Like Nausicaa as a character, she is very similar to Princess Mononoke.
Yeah. I liked her more than Mononoke, but I get where you're getting at.
Yeah, because how they both they're both very brave. They both have a big connection in nature. They both have a lot of empathy. I believe this film was actually it wasn't the first Studio Ghibli film, but it was after Miyazaki made this film, he took the team that made it and then they made Studio Ghibli. So this is kind of like I guess like the zeroth Ghibli movie, but it's really I don't I love it.
It's proto Ghibli.
Proto Ghibli. That's the word I was looking for. Fucking name, man. Thank you. But yeah, I thought the narrator was really thought provoking. I love the art style. In fact, the whole reason why I watched Nausicaä in the first place, when I was trying to fill out my anime list of stuff to watch when I was first getting into the genre, is was because of the character Princess Kushana, who has the metal arm, the golden metal arm, and what am I trying to say here? She has like that golden metal arm and red hair. A video game that I've played in the past 3 years that I enjoyed a lot is a very little known game called Elden Ring. I'm pretty sure no one here has heard of it before.
I did. Oh, that was a joke. Okay. I get it.
As Multi would say, not funny, not funny, not funny.
Not funny. I agree.
I'm very funny. Fuck you.
No, you see, if he doesn't get it, it's not funny.
Yeah,
exactly.
You
understand me, Gray.
You also gave Apocalypse Now 6.5 out of 10. Your opinion doesn't matter anymore. Sorry, bro. But Elden Ring, Japanese game, Japanese created game. Actually, the guys who made Elden Ring do take a lot of inspiration from other forms of Japanese media. There's a lot of Berserk in there. There's a lot of like old Studio Ghibli stuff in there. One of the characters in it's called Melania, and she has red hair and a prosthetic golden left arm. And and sometimes I watch lore videos for Elden Ring because like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, that type of stuff, it's very esoteric, and like they don't the games don't tell you the story. The story is told through item descriptions and how the world is created and how it looks. And there was this one video where they were talking about inspirations for art and characters within the games, and one of them was with Melania. Supposedly, a lot of the inspiration for the character came from this character called Princess Kushana from Nausicaä: The Valley of the Wind. And I'm like, okay, this art style looks pretty cool. I'm gonna watch it, and it's pretty damn good. I liked it a lot, and it's weird how that's how I got into watching it. But I do think the story is very good, and I would highly recommend reading the manga as well. There's a lot of cool lore and a lot of cool things that happen in it, and it expands upon things that in the movie. Because I believe, because when they were writing the movie, he hadn't finished the manga, so he sort of wrapped up the movie to where like he was at in the manga at the moment. But yeah, it's very good. 9 out of 10. Fucking love it. Love this movie.
Feeling you, man. So I will ask you, is there any other topic you have seen in the list of today?
No. Just those.
Okay. That's amazing, Parker. Thank you a lot for joining us. What do you have going on your end of the internet?
I'm looking forward to next week where I can talk about Angel's Egg for 5 hours.
Hell yeah. I didn't like Angel Egg, but I'm glad someone did.
I mean, of course you didn't. Subtitles.
God, oh damn it! Oh no! It didn't spoon feed the story. Oh, brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I really loved the film, but this is why I didn't put it on the listing of like anime films we covered at first, because I knew he wouldn't like it because of like what it's about. Yeah, but
it's like
people
just over
wanted
an
it,
hour
though.
long. It's not a hard watch. Like,
Yeah,
it's-
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll admit,
everybody wanted it, so
among the animation stuff you recommended, that one was the quickest one, so I'm glad about that. And their aspect I liked, but I just ate so much subtitles, like it gets under my skin so much. I was like, man, I want the dub. I can bet I would have liked the dub. But anyhow, looking forward to have you on again next week. Thank you a lot, Parker. You are amazing as usual. Have a great day and take care, man.
yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad to actually be paying attention to the group chat again.
That's great news.
If I'm being honest.
Have a great day, man. We will talk later. Okay. So coming next
Is
Usual
your bad
Suspects.
take on Usual Suspects? Okay.
Yeah,
Let's hear it, sir.
but before I get my bad take, I need to refill my water bottle. So Cole or yourself can start, guys.
yeah, sure. I didn't write down any notes for this, so I'll just I guess wing it, just like Apocalypse Now. But yeah, again, really great film. It isn't like one of my favorites, and I didn't think it was like amazing, but it was definitely a great film, and all the acting in it is just excellent, especially obviously Kevin Spacey. It's too bad both the people behind this film are absolute creeps, but oh well, I guess.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think you're giving credit to, the Baldwin as well, but fair enough. There's at least two creeps.
Oh yeah, at least three. Okay. But yeah, okay. Yeah, music was fairly good. But yeah, again, just writing and acting are the two best parts of this. Just the screenplay and Kevin Spacey, which are the only two they were nominated for at the Oscars and won both of them. So it says something. But yeah, and I would have to agree with that. And honestly, I wouldn't nominate it for anything else either. But yeah, really love the story and just like how all the flashback scenes and putting the pieces together, and just all the scenes with like that group, and Kevin Spacey's performance was just splendid, and him in the police station giving all his thoughts and everything, and just like all those little clues that then you realize later on, and it's just like done so well. Like even just like the throwaway line with the coffee, it's just like it's excellent, and the twist and everything might not be like anything super unpredictable nowadays. Like it might be like, okay, so it's there's going to be an unpredictable twist, so let me guess, in the first 5 minutes, it's going to be the guy you least expected, or the person that they say it isn't, or the person who's like fucking appears as handicapped. It's like, obviously, nowadays, because of like what other films do with twists and stuff afterwards, like after this, it isn't as unpredictable or surprising or anything. But for its time, it was pretty revolutionary there, and the way they just execute it and build it up is amazing. So
I don't know. It's still like a classic twist. Like there's been so many times that it's been like either parodied or satirized again.
Yeah,
like,
well, yeah, and that's pretty much like the reason why that people think it's unpredictable, even though it isn't. I mean, sorry,
the
predictable,
debate's
even though
still
it isn't.
there though. Like I don't know. I think we might all have a different idea. Like, is there actually a Kaiser Soze? Like people are still debating that today. I don't know. The twist like seems to. I don't know, man. It seems more than just like he was dead all along. Like I don't know. There's ambiguity to it that like it's classic, but I don't know, man. It's on a different level than a lot of the other things.
Yeah, yeah,
weird.
of course. Like again, that nowadays might not be as shocking, but for its time it was, and still how it's done, like it's just executed amazingly in its writing. So yeah. Now sadly I didn't rewatch it for the stream, so I don't remember some like story stuff that like happens in between and stuff outside of like moments with them, and where they're like getting rid of like evidence and stuff, and shooting people, and then the big thing on like the boat. But stuff in between that I kind of forgot, sadly, because I didn't rewatch this. But yeah, whatever. It's a great film though, and yeah, I don't really have any issues with this. I mean, it isn't like the greatest like made film in a lot of areas, but you know, like once again, it is mainly like the write-in aspect and the performance that are just incredible with it. The rest is more so for the most part, but has great moments at points, but not overall. But yeah, it's still a great film. Yeah, glad we watched it. Again, this was another that a lot of people wanted, like Angel's Egg, so I decided to throw it on there. It's basically what makes up a lot of these other films for the rest of February and March. And also speaking of that, yeah, we do have some notes from Garrett. He wasn't able to show up, but he did write a bit of it he wanted to say. So I'll just like repeat his thoughts here right now, and then I guess Malty or Gray can go.
Yeah,
It's-
sounds great.
Yeah, so it's a movie you either love or hate, but I
agree.
personally like it a lot. The plot makes M. Night Shyamalan look like a normal script writer some days, but the suspense and twist of it is what personally gets me. I personally believe that while the plot is obviously important to any movie, here it's important, but the plot never can fully be believed. After all, it's a one-sided story as the only survivor of what happened, and the masterclass of Decept at work is second to none. Kevin Spacey does a fantastic job playing two characters here, Verbal and Kose. One man being fake, and fake man who acts disabled, and the other the real-life villain. It's a film I had to watch a couple of times to understand what actually happened, as the plot is told in an out-of-order sequence of reaccounting and also stretched or held back in terms of story by Verbal / Kose in a way to end up walking free. I don't think the movie itself has shortcomings outside of the very 90-esque way of cinematography with the direction the plot goes, but I don't consider that a major drawback, mostly a sign of the times, especially in terms of suspense-based films. I understand that this summary is pretty brief in the grand scheme of things, but I hope next week I can come by and give more verbal thoughts to the film as well as my writing. Okay, he's just talking there. Okay, and then, but I'd personally give the film a 9.5 out of 10. It's what a suspense-based film should be for the most part. The twist ending, the character writing, the believability that hooks you into what are ultimately lies in the end. Definitely the definition. Sorry, definitively the definition to me. A film that lives up to the saying, "Don't believe what you see," and that's basically his thoughts. So yeah, his rating is a 9.5. So yeah.
Okay, well, I will start by saying I had apathy. I didn't connect with anything. I was just playing it at the background after like half an hour. I was like, okay, that was really rough. I did like the ending though. The ending, props on that. That was really cool. Like, the guy all played the detective and basically walked away. That was like the highlight. Anyhow, I only had one issue with this movie. The characters were forgettable. Maybe that's why I didn't give a crap about any of
What
these
the
characters.
hell are you talking about, man? Like, this is seriously a you problem. You're saying like this
Really
thing was
is.
on in the background, I wasn't paying attention to it, and all the characters are forgettable. It's like,
Yeah,
But I
how are
marked
all the
down in the
characters
first
have you
half an
ever like
hour
taken an
when I had
attention
my
test or
attention.
anything?
Yeah, how are the characters forgettable?
The opening scene where they basically told stuff, that was a funny scene, but that was the only thing. And like outside of that, I'm like, okay, these characters are not really great or
What?
interesting. No,
Yeah, this is a you problem. I'm sorry.
the guy walking away in the end was great though. I admit, like the ending was peak entertainment. But I will say that the narrator was decent. The action was cool when there was action.
But the
And the
narrator
music.
was decent. You mean Kevin Spacey's performance? Just decent?
Yeah.
No, he
Do-
thought there was a separate narrator.
The music was cool and the ending was great. and that's all I got to say. I didn't like this movie at all. I hated this shit. Dre, what does he think?
Well, I think you're crazy, and you're wrong on every point. But let's, except for one, the music was great. So they use a lot of interesting performances, like they have like Claude Debussy on there. I really dig that one. But the guy who actually did the score for it, he's actually the guy who edited the film in a weird twist of events. Like the actual what do you call it? The guy who was supposed to do the score for it dropped out, so he just kind of took over. And it is a kind of a beautiful score. Like I really like that. So I thought the sound on it was amazing. There's a lot of visuals that you're not wrong, or he wasn't wrong when he pointed out that there's a lot of 90s-esque visuals in it. It is Bryan Singer, and I think it's his second film. I think he had only done one prior to that, and then Kevin Spacey kind of met with him, and they decided to do a project. And it's weird, they had the idea for the poster of 5 guys in a lineup and the title, The Usual Suspects, but they didn't have a script. So this is really kind of amazing what they were able to put together. And then I could not disagree with Multi harder when he's saying that all the characters are forgettable.
Well, actually,
Every
the lawyer
single
is
one of them
cool.
stands
The lawyer girlfriend is cool. I liked her. But maybe that's because she's the only girl in the movie.
But then we've still got the same problem that you can't remember her name.
Yeah.
Come on. How do you forget Edie Finnerman, played by Susie Amis? Come on. So yeah, like every character is just like amazing, from Verbal to Kent to Detective Kujan. Chaz Palminteri, just so amazing as that guy who's just being the hammer and just coming down on Verbal Kent. Like, come on, you got to confess. Tell me what happened. This is the only Stephen Baldwin performance that, again, makes me not want to punch him. I don't know what it is. There's like 2 guys that I want to punch. One of them Stephen Baldwin, the other one's Zac Efron. Other than that, I think violence is not called for. I don't know why. They pull that out of me, but not here. Like, Stephen Baldwin actually plays the dirtbag character that I think he's supposed to play. Fenster, Benicio del Toro. So it was originally written to be like a much older type. They wanted like a really old actor in this, and then his entire job is just kind of get whacked. Benicio del Toro brought that weird like in understandable accent that he brought to it. It is just like amazing. Like that performance alone, like just for the way that he speaks, I don't know, man. Like that stands out to me. That is just an amazing Benicio del Toro performance, and he looks so young in this. Like it is just so weird to see like the dude that I know from like a million different movies speaking like that and looking so young and baby-faced. Kevin Pollak, like it just, man, his performance as just the mechanic is just like amazing. Pretzel Man over here. It's amazing. And then like Pete Postlethwaite as the guy that we only know as Kobayashi, but like what the hell is his name? That we just got the name off the bottom of a coffee cup. That performance is amazing. Again, you mentioned the lawyer girlfriend, Edie Finnerman. Amazing. And then I didn't realize that was Giancarlo Esposito as Jack Bayer, the one like FBI guy. Man, he has changed. I did not realize that was him. And then you got like Dan Hedaya as the other police detective guy. Just so many amazing performances in this. Like every one of those stands out to me. I just can't get behind you saying that like nobody stands out. This is just like amazing performance one after another. And I don't know, somehow it all comes together to make this twist that shouldn't really, I don't know. Usually every movie with a twist, like be it Fight Club or, Sixth Sense. I'm trying to think any others that are known for like some amazing twist. Usually if you know the twist and you go back,
Seven.
it doesn't quite work out. Yeah. Well, 7 kind of works, but still there's some scenes that don't quite work out. But like this one,
I
even
like
knowing
7.
the twist, you can
I
go
like
back and it works
7.
on so many more levels. That's why I think so. 7's David Fincher, like he is, awesome. But that one, I'm thinking more like Sixth Sense or now I forgot the other one that Fight Club that don't quite work out. Like if you actually are looking at each scene like objectively, like okay, now that I know the twist, is this plausible? Not really. Like people would be reacting differently around them. I don't know, but this one, like everything works out with the twist. Like there's a reason why it has created a trope, and like there's so many satires and parodies of this ending. Either the cop realizing that he's just using stuff off the back wall, or he's just been lying to him the whole time. It always comes off of this because like somehow Bryan Singer actually like hit it home on this one and really came up with capturing that twist, but it still works for me. Even to today, like there's a bunch of different theories that there is no Kobayashi at all, that, you know, Verbal is just a con man, and, you know, he just wanted to get over on everybody, or he was working for him. There's a bunch of different theories on this, and I actually don't know. I had always kind of just gone with, I think, the popular belief that Kevin Spacey is Kaiser Soze, but I don't know. In order for that to work, he would have to be like some linguistic expert to where he gets no accent whatsoever and can sound like an American, on top of, you know, being able to change everything else, which is plausible. I mean, like he played the Gimp and was, you know, good at that. But I don't know. It just holds up on so many different levels, and just, I don't know, man. I was enthralled watching it, and I think I've seen it like 10 times, but probably not in like 5 years. So maybe it's been like a decade. But anyway, it was quite refreshing, and I loved every performance in it. I just had a completely different experience than you, Multi. It was such a delight. But yeah, you know, you're welcome to your opinion.
Yeah, it's wrong, but you're welcome to it.
I'm wondering if any of you would like to add more to the usual boring.
Okay, get the name right, and no. All right, you can say that about Thor, not Usual Suspects, but no.
Now my enjoyment was a 3. Actually, no, 3.2, because I liked it slightly more than Apocalypse.
3.2. What are these scores?
No, for real. As a critique, since my only issue was characters were forgettable, I will give this movie a 9.7, but I didn't like this shit.
No, shouldn't you balance it out with your enjoyment, though? Like,
no.
I don't get it, because you say that, like, then it would be inconsistent from what I do. It wouldn't be, like, accurate. But
Exactly.
however, that's not really the case, though, because you can just do it every time. So it's like if a film enjoyment for you is like a 9 out of 10, and then the movie to you is like a 9 out of 10 as well objectively, then it stays at that. But if it's like a 5 out of 10, then it can drop to like 8 or something, or 7. Like, you can just do it every time so it stays consistent.
Not really, because now you make it more complicated. I understand myself, and that's the point. Dre, what would be your grade out of 10?
So let's see, you gave it a 3.2?
No, that was my opinion, but as a critique, 9.7.
What?
Okay,
I'm sorry. My dog was barking, so I was trying to get him to be quiet.
Yeah.
I apparently missed that. I tuned out when I heard 3.2.
Yeah, he said 9.7 for an objective score, but 3.2 for an enjoyment score, which I still don't get, because it's like enjoyment is part of it. It's art. It's like it's not objective, so like
I know,
a lot of your
but
you just throw me for a loop with your rating system, man.
yeah.
So
I only have one issue. It's 9.7.
Okay. So visually, I think it could be a little bit more stunning. Like you brought up 7. You know, like Fincher actually did stuff with the way that the camera moves. With this, it did feel kind of stagnant. There are some iconic scenes, like you know, like when they're in the lineup in the beginning, but I think visually a little bit more could have been done. It just seems kind of standard. That being said, it was the dude's like second movie. He learns to move the camera a lot better, even in the ill-fated like X-Men ones. But yeah, I think I'd give it a 9 just because it could be a little bit more visually appealing, but damn good movie.
What about you? Cool.
Yeah, again, because of certain issues in the story in between, and also just visually lacking, and in other areas, I can't give it too high of a rating, like a 9 or a 10. And that's my also another issue I have with like Misery. Like, I love Misery in the book, and I love the performances in that film and both of the actors, but unfortunately it's so made for TV that I have to give it like a 8 at most. And for this, same deal. I keep going back on a 7 or an 8 for this film. Like every fucking time I think about it, I like change it to like an 8, but then go back to a 7, but then go to an 8. So I don't know at this point. So I'll just say 7 to 8 out of 10. I'll say I still haven't like finalized really a score for it. So I don't know, but it's between there. But well, it's not like the best film ever. It has amazing acting and amazing twists. So everybody should see it at least once in their life. And yeah, I think this actually sums up the film well, though.
Okay, let's screen share this.
Yeah, this review here.
The usual boring. This is the most with that movie to ever exist.
Yep.
Okay, interesting take. Anyhow, the last movie for this week. I found it interesting. I thought the premise would get under my skin. I thought I would hate this movie, but I ended up enjoying it.
You see, he thought that because Maltese homophobic. No.
No, it has nothing to do with it. Like, I would hate the guts out of this movie, like if I were.
Yeah, well, I know certain people who would. That's for sure.
Yeah, I know. But like I enjoyed that movie. I liked it. So
Yeah.
I will start on that one. So all of us strangers, I will mark it down here. All of us strangers.
And this is probably the most I have to say about this week for a film.
Yeah. So I'll start on that one by saying that I liked it, and I won't say I relate because obviously I'm not into other men's, but
wait, hold on. There's a lot to relate to, even if you aren't into like other men. Like there is like the romance aspect of it, and like of like loneliness, and it you know, and especially like if you know as like a writer or stuff, just like loneliness, and especially if you like you know are in like an apartment alone, like there's a lot to relate to it there. Yes, and trauma and being kind of like the outside of society. There is so much to relate to in that I did. Like, what do you mean?
Just attractive men.
Yeah, bonus.
But you're right. Like when it comes to trauma, I do agree. I did relate to some of the things they did address. So my only issue, and sorry, I cannot remember what I refer to, but there were one instance where I was like, "Oh, they told me instead of showing." So
What? Okay, it better.
Is it that his parents died that they didn't show the car crash?
Don't you dare!
Better not be that.
Yeah,
maybe
it better not be that. No. Okay, no. No. Let me explain exactly why you're wrong. All right, they did show it. All right, they showed it, and they just didn't. All right, they showed flashback scenes throughout the film and building up to it until he finally told the story of it visually, like with the police sirens and the police at his door and everything, and of like moments in the car crash, like glass shattering and like and blood and everything and the noise. They showed it and they depicted it and they talked about it. All they didn't show was just the actual car collide, like just a shot of an actual car collide and then the fucking and their bodies mangled. That's the only thing they never showed in it. And also the film the whole time is in the view of that. Okay, and this is the my issue with some of your telling instead of showing as well. All right, not only did they actually show it here, so it's not a valid critique to me, but this is also my issue with it, with here for you sometimes, and also what you did with like the holdovers as well, with your critique there, all right? That the movie the whole time is in the view of Andrew Scott's character, all right? It's never in the view of his parents' character or characters or Paul Mescal's character, who, by the way, was in After Sun. If you remember him in it, he was the main character, that one guy in After Sun, and also Andrew Scott was. Yeah. Yes, and also Andrew Scott was also the guy in that Black Mirror episode, season 5, episode 2, with the driver who then like went crazy, like with shooting the gun and stuff. If you remember him, he was also the guy in that. Yeah, so just to let you know there, but yeah, all right, so. And he never saw it as a kid. He was at home, so why would they depict it?
Show me.
No, that makes no sense because it was in his view the whole time, and that was the same thing with the holdovers.
Show
Was
me.
only the holdovers was only in the view of 3 characters the whole time. So they never, all right, none of them ever went to the Vietnam War. All right, that one character's son did, but she never, they didn't see anything about it on TV, so they can only tell stories about it. So it makes no sense to show it, and plus it would have ruined the scenes anyway. But anyway, secondly, as I said again, they did show it. They showed it in like artistic, visual, like flashback scenes. So this makes no sense. They did show it. What do you mean?
The flashbacks were an highlight, I gotta say. And the relationship was endearing a lot. I enjoyed both character, and their relationship felt real and well written. Anyhow, I liked how his coming up story to his mother when it didn't go that well with the mother, but it did went well with the father. That was interesting. That was a change in pace because usually that's like
Yeah, well,
the
I mean,
father that's more.
did it go super well? I mean, he kind of like he wasn't like anger or anything, but he kind of threw a bunch of like insults unintentionally, which and like homophobic remarks and stuff, and being like girly. I mean, they showed like just like kind of like both reactions to like how like a father and a mother would like react to it back then.
The father seemed like more supportive of the mother.
Well, both of them did. The mother just needed more time, but
And the mother, like, she was like, "Oh, but maybe it's a sickness or something." And I'm like, "Bro, that's so wrong." But I could see it happening because, like, people that are not like that, they don't realize how it feels like.
yeah. Well, I mean,
And this is why I
yeah.
think it's weird to.
I mean,
speak about
that's
that
not
movie
the
for me.
that's not the other reason either. It's just because of but I'll explain it in my thoughts later. But that isn't the only reason why it was depicted that way.
But I enjoyed this movie. It was entertaining, and the music was great. And the sadness of the main character is so endearing. And yeah, all of the uncomfortable moment was made in purpose, and it was well executed and handled. And I thought the atmosphere of the movie was really cool, and the main character had a lot of charisma. Um, Again, I will repeat kind of what I already said. The message about Gay's modern reality was entertaining, but I cannot really relate because I don't know how it's like. So maybe it's misrepresents what's going on, but maybe it's accurate. I don't know.
I mean, even if you aren't gay, like it's still like a pretty accurate conversation that a lot of people have or that like envision, because like again, even if you aren't gay, just like that you not doing things that they wanted you to like live up to or be like, and like with certain families and stuff. So again, even if you aren't gay, it's something that still everybody can relate to there and with the conversation.
Next up would be all words can turn into trauma was well depicted. That was probably the highlight of this movie. It's like, yeah, I was kind of afraid to talk to his parents because of his talks with his parents. Basically, it was afraid that they wouldn't accept him because of what they were telling. And yeah, that's really interesting. So yeah, I don't have much more to say. I like that movie, and coming into it, I read like the description of it, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I will enjoy, but I ended up enjoying it a lot. One of my favorite movie this year. What about you, Gray? What did you think of All of Us Strangers?
Well, on paper, again, this doesn't seem like it would be the movie for me. I don't know. I didn't read anything going into it. I just went into it like completely blind. I kind of thought from the first opening little bit, okay, maybe this is going to be something that I will have on in the background. But no, it just kind of like engrossed me, and I was just like captured within like a few minutes. It's a very strange movie. This has some really powerful performances. Andrew Scott was just like amazing as Adam. I know I've seen him in something, but everything that I look through, I don't think I've seen him in it. I might have seen that Black Mirror episode, but I don't know. He just looks so familiar to me. But yeah, just his performance alone, like it just spoke volumes without knowing kind of anything about the character. He instantly, just with subtle looks, the way that he looked at Harry, the other character, I instantly knew, his orientation, and it's like, oh, okay, like that's interesting. Like I think, there's a lot of ways to kind of do that over the top and to come off as like a caricature, but it's just a powerful performance where he just said so much with just so little. And then it's just like kind of amazing where it goes. All of a sudden he's following this male character, and I thought, for sure this is going to go to a place that I'm not going to dig. Like, this is going to be a different kind of movie. And then it turns out to be, his father. That was interesting to me. And then I was just instantly like just engaged. I was trying to figure it out, and I thought I did, but I didn't expect kind of a twist. I didn't think this movie was going to have a twist, but I wanted to know what the hell was going on. It's very interesting. It was completely engaging, and I thought every performance was amazing. Specifically, Claire Foy was just like amazing as his mother. I just did not. Again, I recognize all these actors from somewhere, but I can't.
Well, Claire Foy, I remember, was the actress in First Man. If you saw that film,
oh yeah, that does make sense.
And she was also in Women Talking.
Oh, I remember that movie. That was a average movie. It wasn't bad, but I didn't thought it was good either. It was average.
Yeah, the problem is they said everything with the film in like the first hour. The rest of it was just stretching it.
Yeah, and just pretending it had substance, but it didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, just these performances are all amazing. I didn't get as readable from the dad, like as believable, but at the same time, to be like a father, kind of, not coming to terms, but like being told this information and processing it, and then, kind of bringing up like, yeah, you weren't great at catch, like all that. I don't know. That could come off super cheesy again, but I don't know, the way that the performances go off, it's not like a caricature, even though it would be so easy to do that with, like even the exact dialogue that they have. I don't know. There's some really powerful performances. I really enjoyed this and kind of the direction that it turned. I don't know. It's very interesting. I guess so. I watched a couple featurettes on it to see if I kind of missed something. I really didn't. It's all kind of there, but it's interesting. I guess the company that represents him brought a book to him, and it was a Japanese book, and it was about this guy who lives with ghosts, but they were way more actually. Oh wow, I did not realize that. Huh. I knew I recognized her from somewhere, but I did not realize where. That's amazing. Sorry, he was yeah, just saying that wow. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it's just there's so many layers to like all the performances in this. Sorry, but what I was saying about the book that it was based on, it was more the guy knows that he's living with ghosts, and it's everything that's kind of going on with this that changed the way that like we're experiencing this story. It wasn't really in that book. It was just kind of the ideas for it. So I don't know. It's interesting, but I really like the way that he turned this. It's not exactly the way that I would have anticipated. If I had just read the synopsis of this, which I hadn't, I think I would have been completely turned off to this. But going in blind, this was just kind of an amazing experience. On paper, again, I don't think this is something that I should like, but just every one of these performances is just powerful. And then just kind of, I don't know, the somewhat ambiguous message and the mystery that it kind of leads for you. I don't know. It just kind of sucked me in completely. And I still don't know that I understand all of it completely. I have a feeling on what happened in this, but yeah, it is kind of interesting, and it's left to a little bit of interpretation. But there are some scenes that really stick out visually, specifically like that bed one where actors would have to kind of be switched out really quick. Visually, that's gonna stick with me. That was kind of disturbing, but kind of beautiful to see actually depicted. And then all the work with the mirrors, like it is in the elevator, there's just reflection upon reflection. And then almost everywhere that they go to, like the clubs and stuff, there's just a lot of reflection going on in this movie. Visually, a lot of it's going to stick with me. And then the score was just like amazing. The use of a lot of, popular music of the time, of the 80s, I guess, was, I don't know, for me, it's not necessarily what I would have chosen, but it seems damn perfect for exactly what was on screen. So I don't know. This is just way more powerful than I expected, and it affected me. I didn't think it would. When I saw the poster for it, I was like, okay, I think I know what this is going to be, and fair enough, we're going artsy. I don't know. It just was not what I expected in such a good way. I really appreciated this film. It makes me want to see the director's other ones.
Same here. I'm with you with everything you said. Even me, I'm not quite sure if I understood everything, but I feel like it has enough potential because there's enough left open for interpretation.
Yeah, there is. Like, I didn't completely get everything yet because, like, I thought I did, but then I realized, wait, so was with the main character left some things open there where I'm like, did some things really happen? Like, was he? I don't know, but. Yeah, I mean the director of this, so Andrew High, I think I mentioned him before, like along with Todd Haynes being part of like that. What did they call it? Like new queer cinema, whatever it was called. Do you remember, Gray?
I think that's what they call it, but I am not sure. I just know that 45 years always gets said as amazing. But yeah,
it's a great film. Yeah, like again, it's. So yeah, I mean, it's by this director. Again, he's made many great films, so like throughout the 2010s. If you ever want to watch another one of his films, then I would recommend Lean on Pete the most, because it's the one that I really connected with too, and that I think Malty would enjoy the most as well. He has also written and directed episodes of shows I enjoyed too, such as Lookin', which is probably like the best LGBTQ like romance comedy drama type show that I've seen that actually deals with a lot of things super well and does a great job at making films and shows like this where gay people who are like annoyed with tropes in those films such as Joker still enjoys and resonates with a lot more, and that people who aren't gay can still really relate to it. And this
give
film
me that list. I want to see it. I don't like tropes.
And this film, to me, I'd say was just another great example of that, though, and how he handles these subjects well.
Yeah. So Cole, what did you think of this fabulous movie?
Yeah, it was amazing, and it's easily the most snubbed film of the year. The fact it's got no nominees is a joke.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but
it's diverse on top of that. Like they brag about like, oh, we want diversity and inclusion and everything, but why don't you freaking suggest this movie?
Because they're too lazy. Yeah, the good ones are the ones that are made by like indie studios or like foreign studios. They won't check out. It'll only be the diverse crap that's like made by their basic Hollywood studios, which is why then they nominate shit like Women Talking, even though there's far better films, with by women directors and stuff like that. I mean, they didn't nominate
Nimona last year or this year?
What, Nimona?
Yeah.
It was this year, and it was nominated for animated feature. But yeah, they did award Anatomy of a Fall with director, so they did at least nominate one female director this year, which is good.
That's good. And Anatomy of a Fall deserves it. That was a damn good movie. I liked it so much.
Yeah,
I remember having maybe one or two issues max, but
no, you had two issues, which was pacing and pacing. That's what you said.
Are you sure? maybe you're right, because it was like 2 hour and a half, but yeah, I remember enjoying it nonetheless a lot.
Yeah, but yeah, and I will say this is my favorite film of his so far. The performances from all four cast members are amazing. Zero issues with any of them. As I said, you probably recognize from them from stuff like After Sun, Women Talking, that Black Mirror episode we watched
Yeah.
last week. But yeah, I loved the beautiful and just haunting imagery and visuals. Easily some of the best direction, lighting, and cinematography of the year to me. The way it just blends all those things in each scene and transition was fantastic. Like I've seen no other film really this year do that type of stuff. It was incredible. The write-ins awesome with many charming moments and smart lines of dialogue. All of the different drama and romance elements it covers were executed incredibly well and felt so real and relatable. The editing and sound design were smooth and just felt completely effortless. This is easily some of the best editing of the year for a film. The music was great and flowed with the rest of the story well. I loved the story with the relationship of all the characters and the main character. I loved the whole mystery aspect of it. Well, sort of mystery aspect of it since the beginning with trying to piece together what's going on. Like at least that's what I got out of it though. I might have been You're saying it might have been predictable from the get-go that this portion of the film wasn't a shocker, only the gut-wrenching twist at the end, and that I might have just missed something in the beginning with not like paying close attention to the photos and him meeting them again. But either way, it worked for me and my experience. If even if I did miss something, to me, it was just like such a mystery, and how they played it out the whole time was incredible. Whether it was like I guess intentional or not, there were just so many chilling scenes that played out as normal, but has something weird going on under the surface that you just can't piece together. But you know, there's like something going on that just weirds you out. Like both with his parents and with Paul Mescal's character the whole time, especially after rewatching the beginning of the film with this just the first scene with Paul Mescal and just realizing the state he's in and him just not letting him in. And like the first scene where he goes to their house was so weird, you didn't understand what was going on. Like I mistook them as just close friends of his at first because of it and how they act and how like they portrayed the characters in the scenes and what they spoke about. Then the next scene with his mother added to it with like how she treated him in those scenes, and after realizing and like the conversations, etc. Like almost like
how awkward that touch is where his dad just like raises his hand. I don't know, like he lingers on that ambiguity, like you're not supposed to fight now.
Yeah, and like almost like he was like a young adult or was like and like it was like the 70s or something instead of more modern day with like the topics, like especially and with like what they bring up, like where I'm just like, what time period is this? And then them looking the same age as him also made it weird as well. Which was also part of it, Malty, with like the conversation with his mother with like certain things and about like being gay and stuff, where it felt like an older time period, and that's because she died in that older time period where that's what they thought. Right. Yeah, so that, but again, you didn't know at the time, and I couldn't quite piece it together at the time, though, like what was going on. So I just shrugged it all off as like weird choices, and maybe like not paying attention to making him look younger than the other actors or looking younger in flashback scenes after seeing more of it, or it's just a weird choice there. But again, the longer the runtime went on for, and the more you saw of it, the more you could start to piece it all together. Especially with like the Christmas stuff and the photo, and then it just fucking hits you like a train at so many moments, especially with how Andrew Scott's character acts in these scenes and the weird trippy moments of not knowing what's even real and what's a kind of like a drug trip or a fucking dementia trip of some sort, with like what it felt like. And again, like that was all because of just the incredible filmmaking, cinematography, lighting, and editing that just made it all feel seamless. It's just incredible there. Like rewatching the beginning of the movie again, also pieces together things well, and with the box of stuff he was looking at and how Paul Mescal's character reacted to things. And the twist at the end was fucking soul crushing too, and I did not see coming, and was so haunting. And I guess also means Andrew Scott's character was in again, I don't know. This is the part that I'm still confused by, and again, it leaves things up for interpretation. Like, was Andrew Scott's character dead the whole time as well? Then, like, was he in like purgatory the whole time, and that's like what the hotel reflects, and why the hotel is like empty because it's like purgatory.
Well, he's also an author, and he was writing like interior of like a house, and then all of a sudden he's in his like parents' house. So I don't know. Is it all just?
Yeah, not
Well,
100%
personality,
sure,
maybe because
Yeah,
loneliness, loneliness created a second personality where he kind of find the one, but it's actually
that, or it's like I guess wrote the whole time as an author. Like, again, it's all very confusing. And then even if you go with the theory that he was dead, I don't know. Like, even if you go with the theory that they were dead the whole time, like but that wouldn't. There's still like confusing thing though with Paul Mescal's character. Then like saying he killed himself after he met. So it's like, so how long was Andrew Scott's character dead for? If you go with that theory, like a lot of it is still confusing, and it's intentionally made that way, I guess, to leave a lot of
ambiguity is beauty.
Yeah, it's incredible, and this just the last lines of it, and with the characters together, and then kind of turning into that was just incredible. And I believe, and the song choice they chose for at the end as well meant a lot with like the messages if you look into it. So yeah, just incredible film. Definitely top 10 of the year for me. Possibly top 5, but I would have to see more. But yeah, just incredible that this film didn't get any fucking nominees. Like, you could have nominated it for either the performances, you could have nominated it for cinematography, editing, direction, adapted screenplay, fucking all of it, and it got none. So incredible, but nonetheless,
the music,
amazing
man.
film.
The music,
yeah, that too. But yeah, again, whatever, amazing film nonetheless. Again, it tackles just so many topics and things, and is able to balance them all out so well throughout the runtime. It's especially something, again, anyone who feels lonely can resonate with. Sort of like I'm Thinking of Ending Things is another great like lonely film, and I would say this is similar.
And to add more to what you said, it's kind of repeating basically the same thing. But the parents, the only reason why they're the same age is because they didn't grow old; they just died too soon. If they grew older, they would be like 20 years older, but they're the same age because now he's around the age his parent died. And maybe that could add to the context. Maybe he died as well at the same age as them, but maybe that's a reach too far. I don't know. Do you want to add more, Cole?
No, that's about it. But yeah, love the film.
I will give this movie a solid 9.7, with my only issue being telling instead of showing, but I forgot what I referred to.
But again, I'm pretty sure it was the accident scene, but again, they did show it.
Cool. What was your grade out of 10?
9.5, and honestly could be a 10 in the future, but I would have to wait and see more. And if it is though, then it would be probably my only my third 10 of the year. So
what about you, Gray?
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling to find any flaw in it. I really was tired and thought like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this or whatever before putting it on, and it just like instantly sucked me into it. I don't know. I think I'd be doing it a disfavor if I gave it anything but a 10. I honestly can't think of any way that it could be improved. So yeah, I just thought it was beautiful and completely blew me away when on paper again, I don't think I should be liking this, but the execution is just like amazing and haunting. It's stuck with me more than any other film other than possibly Nausicaa, which I've known for years. So maybe that's why that one stuck with me. But yeah, I don't know. I think the twist in this rivals up there with Usual Suspects, and it's still kind of like we were talking about with Usual Suspects. If you know the twist and still watch it again, it still works. It doesn't have that like, but this wouldn't make sense. I don't know. I really like this film. I think this is the film that I'd like to see again the most out of any of them that we watched this week.
I feel you, man. I think I would rewatch Iron Claw over this, but I feel you. So what do you have going on your end of the internet?
Not a ton. I'm supposed to have a sorry, my dog is ringing a bell behind me. I'm supposed to have a stream with Charles about AI comedy in the near future. I'm not sure if that's happening this week, but I should have a video dropping probably on Monday. That is essentially should comedians apologize. I looked at it from a bunch of different points of view and was able to speak to a couple comedians. So yeah, I think I have kind of an answer on that. Hopefully that's fun. And then always on Thursday, the Thinkers on that darn kiddos channel. But yeah, that's about all I got going on my side of the internet.
You're great, man. I'm glad to see you every week, and I'm glad you are able to see that many movies. That's just amazing. Man, have a great day. Take care, and we will talk tomorrow. Window to Our Mind, season 2.
Oh yes, sorry, I forgot to announce that, but I'm sure people know about that. But yeah, always great talking to you guys. Talk to you later.
Take care.
It did not let me leave. All right.
So okay. Very short time on Halo. Episode 3, you didn't miss anything. That was really bad. Maybe it was as bad as 1 and 2. I just didn't realize because 1 and 2 were just much better than season 1. Do you want to like recap a bit what you thought of like the 2 episodes you have seen from season 2 of Halo? Cool.
Oh, sorry, I'm just texting someone right now. Give me 5 seconds.
So in the meantime, episode 3 was bad. Lightning was so terrible. One of the new character is really stupid. He pretends he's the human side, but yet he doesn't use the Spartans. So either we get a plot twist down the line, or the writing of the character is dog shit. The pacing sucks. Quan is still around. Why, guys? Why? She's still disconnected to the main plot. Same issue as season 1. Lightning was bad, and telling instead of showing. Lightning is bad again. It does hurt my eyes to piece together what's going on. So this episode was terrible, man. You don't miss anything. Episode 3 of season 2 was better than most of the episodes in season 1, but it felt like a step down. The action is so on point, and the black guy, the military black guy, he got gross in season 1, and that's all I gotta say. Episode 3 is a 5.5 out of 10 for me. I know you haven't seen this one, that's why I'm so fast on that topic, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I just needed to talk to somebody. Somebody DM me, so I was just getting that sorted out. But sorry for Halo. Yeah, I didn't watch the episode this week. Like again, I'm not covering. When I take my leave, it's gonna be like 2 or 3 episodes left. So, and I have no interest in watching any more Halo anyway. So it's just like I'm good. But again, you can talk about it. Like if you want, we could cover the Black Mirror episodes and Lucifer, and then I can leave, and then you can cover Halo yourself if you want.
I'm done with Halo. I had not much to say. Episode 3 was just terrible. You didn't miss anything, man. That was bad.
Yeah, again, like that's what Joker said as well. He's just like, yeah, don't bother with season 2. It's still garbage. Like again, see, the first episode is better, and it makes you think they improved because at least it still has all the issues, but it's at least taken a new turn with it where it's better with the characters and story, but then it goes straight back to the garbage of season 1 with episode 2 and episode 3. That's what they said. So I mean, I guess you're right.
Episode 3 is on steroid, man. So yeah, I guess we move on to Lucifer season 5. I enjoyed it. I'd say it's the weakest season, but just as a casual viewer, it's my favorite season of the show. But again, as a critique, I had so many issues. That's clearly the weakest season for me. So I will let you start on that one. What did you think of season 5 of Lucifer?
Season 5 of Lucifer. yeah, this I don't have too much to say. Again, I've been a little out of it with the Lucifer show. I almost forgot to watch all of it for the stream on it. If you want to be honest, there, like I almost forgot to.
Did you
But
finish season 5?
I did.
Okay.
But
Season
yeah,
6 is next week anyway, so that's the thing. Like, I started season 6. It's better than 5, but yeah, next week is season 6. The last stream we talked about Lucifer for now, at least.
yeah. Well, I mean, is it still an ongoing show? I think it ended in 2021.
It ended, yeah. That's why for now,
Yeah,
so
yeah. So no, I watched all of it, but yeah, I almost forgot to, and I kind of frantically did it, so I don't remember as much about it, and I didn't write any notes down for it like I didn't with Usual Suspects and Apocalypse Now because I didn't get to rewatch it in time. Again, there was a lot of work stuff for me this week, but yeah, I'd say I liked it. I would say it isn't better than season 1 and season 2, but I would say it's better than season 3, and I don't know if it's better than season 4 or weaker than season 4, but it's around that range. I'm just going to kind of put it like on par with one another for now. But yeah, there were interesting story moments, and especially with Linda getting pregnant, that I did like.
that was season 4.
Wait, am I
Season 4 was
confusing?
Linda pregnant. Season 5, she already has the kid.
Oh right, sorry. No, I meant the fucking Kim. My bad. I'm sorry. But yeah,
That's
no, I
fine.
did like. Sorry again. My fucking memory. I'm like confusing the seasons now. Fuck's sake. Yeah, but no, I like the scenes basically with the child and everything, and I did like all the moments with what's her name again? Chloe, was it?
Chloe, yeah, Chloe.
Yes, and with Lucifer there and them having like I guess talks with their relationship or whatever it was, but I thought it was lacking in some of those areas too, though, in the write-in, and unfortunately, I didn't connect much with any of the supporting characters in this season. Once again, I had gripes with some characters in last season where it's like they kind of pushed them to the side and did more so the same stuff with them because, and I forgave it more because with the majority of them, they were still already good, so it's fine to keep it at that level. But in this season, I thought they still didn't change it up much with them, and it suffered this time for me. So I didn't really like that. And in terms of like the filmmaking and cinematography aspects of it, I the best way to describe it honestly is like the weakest season of Preacher, where it's still fairly decent in those aspects because of like how it's portraying everything, but it could definitely do a better job at it. It definitely has that like streaming service or made to for TV feel of it that other Netflix shows like The Sandman had to me.
Yeah.
So and with his fucking again devil face, which he showed fully in season 4, and yeah, for some reason it looked a little different in this season though to me. I don't know if it was just my memory or not, but yeah.
No, it wasn't. It looked different, and I think it's because he's changing as a person. Because now he's kind of worthy to become God in the end of the season. Well, not necessarily, but like he is starting to be like one of the people that could be considered God eventually. So it's more like a season 6 thing where you need to work on himself to really be worthy of it, but like he's on the path to be worthy eventually. So yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Yeah, I will just okay, I will just say from my top 3 and worst 3 episodes, my top 3 would probably be episode 6, episode 8, and episode I would say it's like a tie between episode 15 and like episode 7. And the name of those episodes would be like Blue Balls, Our Mojo, Spoiler Alert, and Is This Really How It's Going to End, in case you just didn't remember that. My worst 3 would probably be episode 1, Really Sad Devil Guy. For some reason, it seems like the Lucifer like first episodes are a little weaker to me. I don't get why, but and then episode 4 was just shit. It never ends well for the chicken. That was just a shit episode, and if it isn't in your bottom 3, I'm going to be very surprised. And then third would probably be for a lot of people, it's Bloody Celestial Karaoke Jam, but for me, it would probably be Rest in Devil Face instead in episode 11. Just didn't like the execution of it. Yeah, I mean, and if you want me to like predict yours, I guess I would say your favorite episodes were, I will say episode 5, Detective Amadio, episode 14, Nothing Lasts Forever, and episode 8, Spoiler Alert, I'll say. And then for your worst 3, I'll say it's episode 4, It Never Ends Well for the Chicken, episode 10, Bloody Celestial Karaoke Jam, and then I'll say episode 13, A Little Harmless Stalking.
I feel you, man. You hit some of the mark right. So my top 3 is episode 16. And I do believe that was a 10 out of 10. I will look into it. Yeah, 10 out of 10. My favorite this season. Maybe it's because of all of the flashy stuff, the action, and the fact that Michael, that thought he was more worthy than freaking Lucifer, is like, oh yeah, let's just delete people. And Lucifer is like, no, that's not how we do it. And like Lucifer basically convinced a bunch of people that didn't believe in him that it was worthy. But again, that's part of his true character arc in season 6 is people do believe he can do it, but he doesn't. And part of his character arc in season 6 is himself coming to the conclusion maybe is worth it. Maybe. So yeah, episode 16 just reflects very well that rivalry he had between Michael and himself, and that was great. And his sacrifice, he thought he would die to save Chloe, but he ended up not dying. We can suspend disbelief there. We can say, oh, maybe that's the moment where people believed he was God. That's why he kind of survived. Or yeah, I like that episode so much. It's one of my favorites in the entire show, just because of what it meant, and it shows a lot of growth for Lucifer, and the humor was on point, and just Lucifer telling, yeah, people deserve a second chance. It's like, wow. And I feel like there was a clash of tone between sadness and joy in that episode that really worked well, because the music and the actor did great job. The investigation, and again, Chloe death was sad, man. You're like, man, that's a moment. It didn't stick, but that was a moment. Coming in second place, we got episode 9. The dinner with the entire family that got really awkward and hilarious at the same time. I liked that episode so much because it felt real. The character really felt real in that episode, and it's really like the setup for the back half of the season. And it was such a great episode, and God just has that presence at the dinner table, and Linda is just like, I'm the weird outsider. No, you're not an outsider, but okay. Like you could tell she's uncomfortable, and she's like, yeah, I'm the intruder there. I'm glad you guys are doing it, but I don't feel right. That was amazing. I liked so much episode 9. So this is another standout episode. Like the relationship between Lucifer and Chloe was also on point. Lucifer didn't believe he could be loved back. or he didn't believe he was worthy to love, so he didn't know how to love, and that whole aspect was really cool. I liked it a lot. Um, May's strategy to like realize it's more complicated than that, just having a soul and stuff. Lucifer deconstruction, as usual, always works very well. Now, I had a side note for episode 10. It's not in my top 3, but I had that side note. Feels weird to see Lucifer arc being about to love himself again, just like season 4. It felt like a re-arch. Anyhow, coming in third place, we got episode 14. And I do think 14 is another 10 out of 10. Yeah, I like that one a lot. That was a really good episode. Father and son scene made me tear up at the very end. It made me feel something, man. God is like, now I'm sorry, and like that's the kind of stuff I can relate to because I have my own daddy issues, and I feel like if I had the same moment with my own father, that would maybe solve everything. So that's why it connected me on a such deeper level. So yeah, episode 14, man, banger. God leaves to get his epi after whatever. Okay, so now my worst three. My worst three. The worst episode this season was episode 13. And episode 13 was 8 out of 10 for me. And I said, despite being weaker, the episode was solid. Now, first issue, inconsistency. They say she can't witness of a questioning yet. They let her be behind the mirror in the interrogation scene. So that was in the investigation with Linda. So they were like, oh yeah, we cannot let you come at the crime scene or whatever to talk to witness. But yet, like 2 scenes ago, she was behind the double mirror and she was a witness, basically. So it felt really awkward and weird. Like they kind of like either it's editing that's kind of shit or they messed up really hard. In both cases, I blame like how it was made. Next up would be plot convenience, seeing a truck she had seen before. Next up would be Ella growth into believing in God again happened off screen, so that's an issue because either the writer forgot she lost faith or they didn't know how to give her faith back. So this episode was a 8 out of 10, episode 13. It's followed by episode 4. And episode 4. Okay. My first issue, telling instead of showing, telling instead of showing, telling instead of showing. So all 3 issues are like telling instead of showing. I think that was the story about Trixie and stuff. No, not about Trixie. It's Lucifer telling a story to Trixie about May's mother, right? That's the episode about May's mother, the flashback black and white episode.
Yeah.
So looking back, I feel like it was half filler because it did add context for Maze, a better understanding of Maze, and the relic for immortality and stuff. But overall, it didn't feel needed. Or maybe some of the plot there could have been moved to another episode to make the season tighter and shorter. But yeah, episode 4 wasn't great. And again, that's another 8 out of 10 for me. But it's again because I feel like it's much more nitpicky than 13. The last place in my worst 3 is episode 11. Episode 11, telling instead of showing, plot convenience, Trixie bumping into God, 9.5 out of 10. I can't remember that episode, I will be honest. So I will also add my honorable mention. They almost made the cut of top 3, but unfortunately they did not. Episode 7 and episode 10. They almost made the cut. These two episodes were probably like top 15 to 20 in the entire show. I like these a lot. So yeah, 7 and 10. I like them a lot, but the top 3 is just more worthy in my eyes. Now, this is where things are getting spicy. Season 5 has a lot of issues. As I said, as a critique, I do think it's the weakest season. But as a fan, it's probably my favorite on par with 4. So my first issue with Season 5. They make Season 4 climax because El need a gatekeeper, therefore Lucifer must go. Suddenly, because they want Lucifer back on Earth, they change that and simply say they no longer need someone to look over El. I don't remember the season giving a valid or memorable reason why. They just need that so the plot flows better, therefore it feels contrived and poorly handled. Now they say, oh, God told me that they don't really need a warden anymore, but I'm like, it's so lazy. Find something better. What do you think of that issue, Cole?
No, I agree with you. It's completely lazy, but again, there's a lot of moments in this show that I kind of feel that way. Again, it's not horribly written or anything. This show, it's just that it. I don't know. It's just better. It could have been handled by better writers. Is all like, sort of again like Resident Alien. Like the first season surprised me, was excellent. Second season, but overall, even in the first season, like it could have been, if better writers were given the material, they could have done it just better in areas, less lazy.
Yeah, and it's sad. Again, I'm a huge fan of the first 2 seasons. I think as a critique, the first 2 seasons are the strongest of Lucifer, but as a fan, 4 and 5 are my favorite. But yeah, so that was my first issue. Issue number 2. Some of the episode feels weak, while others were great, making the season not consistent at all. I just realized I didn't separate that issue from the next one, so that will knock off more points in the end because I miscalculated the points. Anyhow, next issue. Season 4 was about Lucifer loving Chloe and his close one on Earth, making his character arc of Season 5 a repeat of past storyline. Lucifer also feels like a character that didn't grow in Season 5. His character arc feels forced since now he must love himself and must show love to others. It was clearly part of what was going on in his life in the past. The writer didn't feel like they knew what to do with him. What do you think of what I just mentioned?
No, I agree.
It just feels like a repeat plot. It's a Umbrella Academy thing where they did something season 1. Oh, they did the same thing in 2. Oh, they did the same thing in 3. Now, like they did that a lot in Lucifer, right? But here it felt more on the nose. It felt more like bash on your head because season 4 again I thought had a great ending and the writing was still on point on that aspect, but here in 5 it just feels like, oh, season 4 didn't really happen, and I'm like, that's trash. Don't do that. Like, you're near the end of your show. Don't do that. So again, I'm sad. I'm very sad about that. So next up would be Ella characterization feels weak. One of the key aspects of Ella season 4 was the one who had faith and lost it due to human being doing terrible things. Now suddenly somehow she's back, believing in God and questioning him. It feels very odd and off. Ella did get some growth because now she opened up to be betrayed. She hesitated, but then went back into the love battlefield. So as a season of its own, Ella did good, but the sole fact that her believing in God again did her the continuity. She didn't earn her fate back, making the characterization not really on point. What do you think of that, Cole?
I know, I agree.
Okay, so it's sad because again, I thought that was a season 4 was Ella's best season, and season 5 is just weird with Ella. Um, but yeah, next up would be, despite being a great actor and entertaining villain, Michael did feel weak in terms of writing. He is just jealous of Lucifer, and his only decent trait are based on the fact that he is polar opposite to Lucifer. He still feels one-dimensional because everything he did is out of jealousy and spite for Lucifer. There's no depth. He's probably the weakest villain since season 1. What would you think of that statement?
I mean, there were. I mean, I kind of agree, but I mean, to be fair, the villains have always been kind of weak. There was last season, I did like the villain, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of just indifferent. The villain this season, yeah, is pretty indifferent to me. They were all kind of weak.
So how I would rank the villains in the show so far. Kane in season 3 would be my favorite, followed by the one in season 4, because I liked the one in season 4 a lot, and followed by 2, and followed by 1, and Michael would be last. I don't even remember season 2 villain. I remember like one of the angel wanting to like beat the crap out of Lucifer because that's what he felt like he needed to do. Oh yeah, the villain was the mother. Mother was a villain in season 2, right? Almost forgot about that. So yeah, Mother was entertaining, but she wasn't that amazing. Anyhow, next up would be, half of the season really feels like filler. The 16 episode season could have been trimmed down to 14 or 12 episodes, and they could have told the same story. No specific episode felt filler. It's more of the pacing of the season. It's almost 16 hours when it could have been like 12 hours by removing and trimming down parts of episode and like putting pieces together the right way. What do you think of that statement?
I mean, I don't mind the pacing in this. I would say, like, how do I say? It's like again, for bringing up like other shows for an example, like that might have similar pacing at moments and in episodes. Like I would bring up Preacher again. Like it had kind of pacing like that at a lot of moments, but it added to it. Like sure, there wasn't anything specifically happening in certain scenes in the like episodes to have like that slow pace and at points, but I think if they would have like removed that runtime and sped it up and just like lowered it to 12 hours and all the episodes combined, then like it would have like lessened the impact and like the tone it was going for. As for Lucifer, so because of that, I don't mind it. Now, I will say, did it have as much of a point from like other shows did do it though? Not really, because I don't think just because of the execution of it with the characters in the writing, but with what the show was trying to go for with the characters in the writing, it's understandable why they did this. So I don't have much of an issue with it, even if I don't like it as much.
Okay, so now that's enough for my issues. I have a lot of likes because again, it's my favorite season. Even if as a critic I think it's the weakest because I got a bunch of valid issues. So my first like is God characterization was amazing. What did you think of God?
It was okay. I mean, it was definitely done worse in other shows. Like once again, fucking Preacher example of like when they did that God or Jesus Christ stuff. It's like they went with the most the laziest cliche thing they could have done in comparison to like what the comics did or whatever. And so yeah, it's definitely could have been done worse. In this, it was all right, but it definitely could have been done better too.
My next like is the family drama was well made and written. What what do you think of that?
Yeah, I agree. It wasn't as good as other seasons to me, but and that's my biggest thing with it. Like I liked it more in season 4, but it was good.
Next up would be the action was amazing. I think it has the best action in the show so far. Would you say the
Uh,
same?
Sort of like the choreography and stuff like that, yes, but I think the filmmaking, visual editing aspect of it made it less. Oh, didn't show it off as well as it could have. It could have, and that's a big issue with it for me.
So my next up would be the season itself as both the worst and the best episode ever. Now I point that out as an issue, but the sole fact that it has the best episode ever is really cool. Would you say the same?
Yeah, I it probably does. I did like that one episode a lot. I'd probably say it was the best just off of my memory, but there might have been one or two that were better than it in a previous season. Yeah, it definitely has like the worst episode though. That fucking black and white episode. Fuck that.
Feeling you. I also think it's one of the worst the show had. Next up would be even the weakest episode have great moments. Would you say the same?
Not as much, but this show though usually consistent with whether it's just painfully average or pretty good. It's usually like consistent the whole way through in each season, and this was kind of the same, but yeah, I wouldn't say like every episode had great moments or anything. No.
Okay. I thought Dan's growth this season was great. What did you think of Dan this season?
I agree.
Okay. Next up, Amadiel growth was also great. What did you think of Amadiel this season?
Yep, liked him again. It was in
Like,
every other supporting character I didn't like as much outside of those two.
and it's funny because like he was always a character. He's like, oh, he will take over the family business because he's the right angel. But then he realized, I like Earth. I don't want to leave Earth. So it shows how much growth he has gotten, and it's wonderful. This is how you make good characterization in a show. This is how you properly send off your character. You don't make up stuff. You just move them toward a certain direction. Um, I liked May's growth as well. What did you think of May's this season?
I didn't like that as much.
Okay, so I did like May's because now she realized, oh, maybe she can have a soul. She needs to have actualize it, and that goes with a lot of the message in the show. Next up would be Chloe's growth, and her relationship with Lucifer was on point. What did you think of their relationship of Lucifer and Chloe?
I like the relationship part of it. I did not like Chloe as much in this season.
Okay. The music was great. What did you think of the music this season?
The music was good. It could have been better though. Like it wasn't as memorable to me, or there was also just certain missed opportunities with it.
Next up would be this season is the season that made me the most feel stuff. I got emotional a lot. Uh, would you say the same or not really? You had a different experience.
Not really.
Okay. What did you think of Dan's death?
Yeah, that was one of my favorite moments probably of the show. I'm sorry, not the show, the season, but yeah.
Same here. Like it was well made, and because of the build up he had toward, or I should say, during this season, it was wonderful. And what they are doing with him in season 6 is interesting, nonetheless. I like it. Next up would be, despite being a weak villain, Michael was entertaining because of the actor and some of the aspect of the character. What do you think about that statement?
Who was the actor again?
Okay. Next up,
Wait, sorry. I was just asking. Do you remember who the actor was again?
it was the same actor. He played two characters this season. Don't you remember?
Yeah, I know. I mean, like his name. What's his name? That's
Tom
what I'm
Ellis.
asking.
Tom Ellis.
Tom
I think.
Ellis. Okay.
I think it's Tom Ellis.
Yeah, I was just trying to
Okay.
remember what his name was, but
Yeah, Tom Ellis. Yeah.
yeah,
He is
no, not
solid.
really, not
No,
really. I like the actor, but I thought he was kind of phoning it in at moments.
Okay. Perfect. Next up would be the season did build well above previous season when it comes to the lore and how Angel works. Would you say the same?
Yeah, I would.
Next up would be the allegory. A few are what you eat is well depicted. Do you know what I mean by there?
Yeah, I do, and yeah, that was well depicted, I would say.
Next up would be the message about accepting and dealing with grief was well made. Would you say the same?
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, I've seen it done better. It could have been done better, but it was all right.
Okay, so one last thing before I move on to my grade and I ask yours. Here's my top 10 episodes so far since we are 5 season done. So now in last place, in 10th place in my top 10, season 1 episode 7, followed by season 5 episode 14 in 9th place. In 8th place we got season 5 episode 9. I liked a lot episode 9. That's why it's in 8th place. Like, that top 10 is really hard to wrap my head around because I feel like every episode are solid in it. In 7th place, we got season 4, episode 7, followed in 6th place by season 2, episode 6. In 5th place, we got season 2, episode 10. And in 4th place, we got season 5, episode 16, my favorite episode this season. In 3rd place, one remains on top. Season 3, episode 23. I believe that's either the episode where Charlotte died or that's the following episode, one of the two. Amazing episode. Next up would be season 2, episode 12 for the 2nd place. And my favorite episode in the show so far is still season 2, episode 13. So for this season, I will give a 7.5 out of 10. Again, it's my favorite this show had, but as a critique that had genuine issue toward the show, I think it's the worst season we got. What would be your grade out of 10?
6.5.
Oh, we are not that far. That's interesting. But your 6 is different than my 7. Anyhow, that's it for this episode. So the final topic, because we already brushed over Halo quickly. So the final topic, Black Mirror, Season 5, Episode 3. So what did you think of that one?
I really have nothing much to say at all about this episode. This was just terrible. I really didn't like it. Again, I got what it was going for, and being kind of self-aware, I get it. It was executed horribly, though. It wasn't funny. It wasn't done well in all those aspects. All the acting was shit. The writing was corny as fuck in a bad way. I didn't like it. I really have nothing else to say, like, in depth about this episode.
That's funny. Okay, so pacing sucks. The opening sequence could have been trimmed down. The characters are forgettable. The people around the singer are one-dimensional. Plot convenience, the guy accepting them inside. Plot convenience and or lazy on the writing department. Everyone being on board with the coma feels off. it's like, yeah, oh, convenient that everyone is willing to do all of that shenanigans there. Now I will say that the message about showing ourselves to be known is great. The artificial intelligence was entertaining. Um, the daughter failure was sad, but endearing. That wasn't in the show, but the law was decent, I guess. The abusive relationship was well depicted. The sister teaming up in the end, and I guess there are some funny moments. Yeah, you were right. That episode sucked. I hated the shit. 6 out of 10 for me. I don't have much more to say. 6 out of
Yeah,
10.
for
What
the,
about you?
for this, I'd give it like a 2 or 3 out of 10.
I feel you.
Yeah, I'll give it a it's 2.5 or 3, I guess. I'll give it a bit higher because there's one other episode that beats it out later on. But yeah,
Is that
Um,
season 6, episode 1?
wait. Oh, you didn't like that episode? But no, it was
I hated the
season
guts
6.
out of that one.
It was season 6, episode 4.
Okay, I'm excited to hate it. um,
Yeah, so this episode, season 6, episode 1. Yeah, so as I said it last week, it all goes down from here. Like, now here's the thing: I didn't hate this episode or anything, but here's the thing: even though I wouldn't call this like a bad episode, and I would say it's like one of the best in this season. It's
oh
still
my! It looks
it's
good
still
for me.
the problem is that it's still not good, and it's like the quality has just dropped off. Like we've gone from like almost every episode in these seasons being amazing from season 1 to season 4 to now just the best episodes being okay. And this is the case here. I mean, like, look, the shit house, obviously it wasn't taking itself too seriously, but that is the thing is that it didn't take itself too seriously in this episode and in others in the season, almost like they ran out of like proper ideas for this show, so and they aren't confident with like doing more serious ones, so they have to like be kind of like satirical about it in order to like try to get by it, which is so lazy. Like that fucking Netflix shit just like made me face palm. Like, okay, if you're gonna like jerk yourselves off, like
Strainberry.
like look, if you're gonna jerk yourselves off like that, then at least just and if it's all self-aware, then at least do just use Netflix name or just be more creative with it. But whatever. They want to do that, so whatever. But anyway, the one it was pretty predictable just the whole way through what would happen and how all this shit would be turned around on her. It's like the messages and topics it touches on, like it didn't do them bad or anything, but it's like it was done better in other episodes of this show. They did similar messages and topics and everything with this, and it was just done better in those episodes than this was. And that's just a trend with like this season in general, really. But I mean, it did do some things differently, and it did touch on some I guess good things that I did like I would say the breaking the fourth wall stuff was funny and well done and more so in Bandersnatch as it was a movie about just fucking about breaking the fourth wall and choosing shit, but it really doesn't work as well here, I guess. But I don't know. It wasn't done horribly, but whatever. I did like the depiction and what it did touch on at other moments. I did like the whole premise set up and like that show being about her in real time and like the rights and just like legal shit, it's like pretty relevant today, and it was done kind of funny. And I do like just the depiction of like people deciding to just go with it and be like, yeah, what a bitch, when they know like that isn't how it exactly played out, which perfectly sums up just cancel culture and stories people come up with that end up kind of being false or over exaggerated, about people, and especially Twitter and so on. Of course, it touches on the AI stuff that has already aged so well, despite only just being released like 6 months after all this, well, before all this shit has then really reached the limit. So that aged well at least. And I guess it touches on, non subtly at all, just how negativity is always what gets the most clicks. I'm just like, yeah, it was like no subtlety to it though, and it's like again, they covered this shit in like other episodes way better and more subtle.
agree.
Like again, they lost their magic with this show. It's like so all the messages and stuff to it are just not as subtle anymore, and it's just weaker in general. Like it's not bad for the most part, but it's just not good either, really. But at least I don't know, it was at least enjoyable, and what helped obviously was the cast for this episode specifically. We obviously had many fantastic actors for it. I forgot how to pronounce her name, Ida Debris or whatever. However you pronounce her name, I'm sorry, I butchered that like hell. But yeah, but she was great in this. She usually is, which is also another actor who is in The Bear, that show. The other main character in it. It was also cool seeing fucking Michael Cera in it again. It's cool seeing him cameo and shit again. Always like seeing him and stuff. If you remember him, he was in Dream Scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so yeah, it has a good cast of a lot of great actors. So I mean, it helped make it like enjoyable and carried like some of the lazy writing moments, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It was okay, but yeah, it's just okay to me. And this was like one of the better episodes in the season, if not like probably like the first or second best. So I mean, that really says something about the quality of this season. But I don't know. Maybe you'll like some of the episodes a lot more than I did. We'll see. But yeah.
It looks dark and grim. Do you want to add more?
I know that's it. But just when we get to the last two episodes of this season, have fun.
Wow. So I will start by saying the humor doesn't land. Not funny bathroom jokes. Plot convenience, the CEO talking about the show as the girls are in the office. Not funny plot convenience, the room with the guard of some sort being like not secured and the girl just entering there and like stealing the access card or something. It felt so contrived, man. Next up would be plot convenience, finding the axe. Like, oh, why? I know it's a joke and it's parody, but I won't suspend disbelief for you to make shit up like that. Um, Not funny again. This episode was so bad. I will admit the characters, they feel grounded. John reaction in the show was to the show was entertaining. The girl being a liar was well shown and proven times and times. Well shown how society react to media. Cancel culture was well depicted. The lawyer, the girl mental health degrading was entertaining. The actress reaction was genuinely funny. So that's all I gotta say. Worst episode so far. I hated this one. I was like, I just want this to be over. I don't have much more to say. 5 out of 10 for me. What about you?
Yeah, 5 out of 10, but obviously mine's a bit higher. I just think it's average, but yeah.
Yeah, so looking forward for next week. I hope I will like it more than you because it looks grim. If I hated this one, this season will be horrendous. Did you start it at all? Season 6 of Lucifer?
Not yet. That's basically going to be the I've already seen all the films ages ago, basically for the next weeks or so, and then the newest ones I've already seen. So that's basically the only thing I need to watch for the week. So I'll be just binging that, which there's only like 10 episodes of it anyway, so it's
Yeah.
fine. But yeah, and then for Black Mirror, though, yeah, I'm just saying, hopefully you like episode 2 and episode 3, or at least think they're all right, because yeah, I don't think you're gonna have much luck with the last two. So hopefully those two are at least good for you.
That's good to hear. But yeah, Lucifer season 6, without spoiler or anything, I think it has a lot of good in it, a lot of potential, and it's better than 5. And it goes further with stuff they tried to do in season 5. So I feel like it's the perfect follow up to season 5. And I'm not saying right away it feels like season 1 and 2 all over again, but I will say it's probably so far the most interesting one. It has so much cliffhanger that gets you hooked. Like, for me, it's really hard to pause and go watch something else. But I will admit that one of the episodes is really weak. I didn't like it at all. But the rest is from great to amazing. I'm looking at my notes right now. I've seen half of the season, so be hopeful, because I do think
Mhm.
this season is an improvement, and
Well,
they do rehash.
okay.
They do rehash some things they did with season 5, but the way they rehash it, it's better, and it feels like,
You be rehash.
yeah, rehash, yeah. It what they repeat doesn't really feel repeat, because it feels organic, and it also feels like it's truly the last season of the show. And I don't think we will get a season 7. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the show ended with 6, and that was the purpose of it. And they do very interesting stuff, like, to promote it a bit more. Like, this season feels very different. You will see why very fast, but like, the first 5 season, even if they had different core story and stuff blending together, it always had that kind of formula where, oh, new crime and new gimmick, new investigation. You don't really get that with season 6. You get a few investigation here and there, but it doesn't feel like a core aspect. It really feel like with season 6 they try to rebrand the show because it's the last season, and they want to like give closure to everyone involved. And I like what they try so far. And right after the stream, I'm watching probably 2 episodes back to back, and I'm curious to see what happens next.
Okay, I mean, hopefully it's better than season 4 and season 5. That's the benchmark, basically.
Yeah. I do think so far, based on what I've seen, they can mess up because I only have seen half of it, but the half I've seen is clearly better than 5 and 4. There's a really weak episode in the bunch, but that's one episode. And again, season 5 get away for me with 2 weaker episodes. So yeah, if it's only one weaker episode, I can deal with that. And maybe you'll like it more than me, that weaker episode. Who knows? Anyhow, always a pleasure having you on, Cole. You're amazing. I'm so proud of what we did. We are near the 100th episode, and I will start next weekend to put together pieces of streams we did. And on the 100th episode, we shall show everyone my bad takes, DC bad takes. So that will be funny. But I need to wrap my head around finding the footage. So that's the challenge. Because I will need to like watch through streams and stuff. Exciting stuff. Anyhow, what do you have going on your end of the internet before we end this?
Nothing much, just work stuff and everything. As for like other streams, yeah, preparing for a few, I guess, but for the rest of this month, I guess, and that's about it. And recently, yeah, right, Joker started the next season of his streams on his channel, which he did last night. Yeah, so and yeah, he offered joining his stream group after certain people were banned for reasons. So, and he only does a yeah, he only does a stream like once a month or so, and doesn't involve any prep work or anything. So I just said sure. So I guess that'll be one of my few streams that I'll do regularly, since it's pretty rare. But yeah.
That's interesting. Anyhow, this ends the stream. I'm looking forward for next week already. Time flies. And we are done for tonight. Have a great day, Cole, and take care.